Chapter 29:33. Since everyone is here, I'll be the first to defend the ring. The golden-robed young man nodded at a young man with a horn on his head. The young man nodded and landed on the fighting ring with a flash of his body. Su Hua from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Who wants to fight me? The young man with a horn on his head shouted. He scanned Lu Ming and the others with a powerful aura. 6th level heavenly god. The single-horned young man, Su Hua, was a 6th-layer heaven god. Judging from his aura, the god power that he possessed was most likely at the saint grade. I'll fight you. A cold voice was heard. Then, a sword light flashed and a young man with a long sword on his back appeared on the fighting ring. The young man was from the Invincible Kenzo. Invincible Kenzo Zhuoyu. The young man with a long sword on his back said. A sword light soared into the sky. His aura was on par with Su Hua's. He was also a 6th-level heavenly god. Zhuoyu's reputation in the Invincible Kenzo was on par with Zhuo Budong. He was also a genius who was second only to the sword principal Wuji. It seems like you're a sword cultivator. Interesting. Come on, let me see how strong a sword cultivator from the Qintian Starfield is. Su Hua licked his lips and his eyes lit up. As you wish. Zhuoyu snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle sword on his back was unsheathed at an astonishing speed. Many people didn't see how he unsheathed his sword. They only saw a beam of sword light, like an immortal flying from the heavens, breaking through the air to kill Su Hua. However, Su Hua's speed was not slow at all. Whoosh! A dazzling white saber light shot out from his hand and slashed forward. Clang! 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 In the next instant, the two of them clashed. Sword light and saber light kept colliding in the air. In a breath's time, the two of them had exchanged at least a few hundred blows. In the next instant, the two of them separated at the same time and retreated. Who won? The crowd quickly observed carefully. On the surface, both of them were 6th-level heavenly gods. The divine power they controlled was also divine grade. There should not be a big difference in their strength. At this moment, puff, Zhuoyu's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang. He used his sword to support his body, barely preventing himself from falling down. Zhuoyu lost? How is this possible? Many people were shocked. When they looked carefully, they found that there was a deep cut on Zhuoyu's chest that had almost cut him in half. The terrifying blade energy continued to drill into Zhuoju's body, forcing him to channel all his divine power to defend himself. Su Hua, on the other hand, was calm and composed. His breathing was steady, and he was completely fine. You're pretty good to be able to take a wave of my attacks and not die. However, as a sword cultivator, you only have this bit of attack power. You really disappoint me, Su Hua said indifferently with a hint of disdain in his voice. Puff. Zhuoyu spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were blank. As a sword cultivator, he was known for his powerful attacks. However, in the collision just now, he was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for his opponent. One had to know that they were at the same level. Su Hua's divine power was only at the saint level, not the divine level. It was hard for him to accept this. That Su Hua is simply too proficient in utilizing his divine power. Both his god skills and secret techniques are extremely powerful, Bing Xian said with a solemn expression. As expected of the prodigy of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, his use of divine power is truly amazing. Mo Jui also said with a solemn expression. Although the strength of their divine power was the same, the difference in the way they used it would result in a huge difference in power. It was just like how an ordinary person could only use brute force to attack recklessly, while a martial arts expert could precisely use this strength to unleash power that was several times stronger. Naturally, there would be a huge difference in combat power. Therefore, although Zhuoyu's cultivation seemed to be on par with Su Hua, he was easily defeated. Since you can take a wave of my attacks without dying, I won't kill you. Scram. Su Hua said with a wave of his hand. Junior brother Zhua, back down. Jiandao Wuji said. Zhuoyu had no choice but to back down. Who else? Come up and fight. Su Hua said loudly. I'll do it. A young man stepped out from the Mystic Academy and landed on the fighting ring. This young man was also a peerless prodigy. Whether it was his divine power or cultivation, He was at the same level as Zhuoyu. Unfortunately, he was no match for Su Hua. After exchanging a few blows, he was severely injured by Su Hua and fled the fighting ring in a panic. His face was pale. 2 consecutive defeats. This made the hearts of the people from the Qin Tian starfield sink. The other side had only sent out a 6th-level celestial god Holy Sun. The Qin Tian starfield had sent out someone of the same level, but the situation was one-sided. How were they going to fight? Were they going to send out a divine sun? If that was the case, the situation would be too passive. We can't make a move now. Otherwise, we'll be too passive. Continue to send people up and exhaust his divine power. He's using his ultimate move continuously, so his divine power will be exhausted quickly. Bing Xian and the others discussed in secret, and finally decided to send more experts up. Then the boundless sacred ground sent out a prodigy to fight Su Hua. This time the 18 people from the Qin Tian starfield were at least Zhuoyu. The 3 overlords, the Ice Soul race, and the Flame race had sent out all their prodigies. This time the boundless sacred ground's prodigy didn't fight head-on. Instead, he used a prolonged battle to exhaust his opponent's divine power. The 2 sides exchanged close to 100 blows. In the end, the boundless sacred ground's prodigy was no match for his opponent, and was blasted off the fighting ring. 3 consecutive defeats. The other side had only sent out a single prodigy to defeat 3 of their prodigies. If the other side sent out prodigies who were invincible in the same level, how were they going to compete? At this time, a prodigy from the Ice Soul race stepped onto the fighting ring. The moment the Ice Soul race's prodigy attacked, the entire fighting ring was frozen. Even the space seemed to be frozen. Su Hua used a swift blade. His attacks were fast, and his movements were also extremely fast. It just so happened that he was countered by the Ice Soul race's prodigy, so his attack speed was greatly reduced. Moreover, he had fought 3 battles in a row, so his divine power was greatly exhausted. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. There's hope. The eyes of many people from the Qin Tian starfield lit up. They felt that there was hope for victory. After the Ice Soul race's prodigy gained control of the situation, he launched a storm of attacks that forced Su Hua to retreat. Poof! An ice sword slashed Su Hua's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Lose Ice Sword Dominion. The Ice Soul race's prodigy used his ultimate move. He condensed hundreds of ice swords that sealed off all directions and shrouded Su Hua. Su Hua quickly attacked with his blade and destroyed the ice swords. However, there were too many ice swords and he couldn't block them all. Poof! Finally, an ice sword pierced Su Hua's stomach and sent him flying out of the fighting ring. Chapter 2934. Yutu. Seeing that Su Hua was about to fly out of the battle stage, he roared. The horn on his forehead shone and flew out, turning into a saber and slashing at the Ice Soul Clan's genius. Ah! The Ice Soul Clan's genius screamed as he was hit. He retreated and fell out of the battle stage together with Su Hua. Su Hua coughed out blood after falling out of the battle stage. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. The Ice Soul Clan's genius was more seriously injured and almost died. An expert from the Ice Soul Clan quickly intervened and saved his life. Both sides were heavily injured in this battle. A genius from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace had defeated 4 of them. After this battle, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace sent out another genius who was no weaker than Su Hua. The Qin Tian Star Field had learned their lesson this time. They had more people and used a method of attrition. They didn't aim to win at first, but to exhaust their opponent's divine power. Just like that, the Qin Tian Star Field defeated 2 geniuses in a row, and the third one was heavily injured. In this way, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace was left with 7 geniuses. The Qin Tian Star Field had lost 7 geniuses, and was left with 11. The gap between the 2 sides was quickly closing. The situation was getting worse for the Qin Tian Star Field. I'll go next. A cold voice sounded. Qin Wuyo stepped onto the battle stage of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. They've sent out a divine sun. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Qin Wuyo landed on the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. Kid, get down here and fight with me. Qin Wuyo shouted coldly. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. You're not qualified for me to fight. Lu Ming said indifferently. He didn't plan to fight. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace definitely had stronger geniuses. It wasn't the right time for him to fight. He couldn't expose his strength too early. He could only fight at the crucial moment. This battle concerned the safety of the Qin Tian Star Field. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't act on impulse. However, others didn't know what Lu Ming was thinking. When they heard Lu Ming say that, they thought that Lu Ming was afraid. I don't have the qualifications to make you attack. Ha ha ha, I really don't know if you're arrogant or ignorant. Qin Wuyo laughed heartily, his eyes incomparably cold. He was an existence that controlled divine power. Lu Ming actually said that he wasn't qualified enough for Lu Ming to make a move. What a joke. I'm telling the truth. Lu Ming said indifferently. How shameless. Right now, the people of the Qin Sky Star Field were naturally on Lu Ming's side. However, they couldn't help but lament that Lu Ming was really shameless. He clearly didn't dare to make a move, yet he said that the other party wasn't qualified for him to make a move. Back then, the other party was someone who had fought against Song Yan's army. Such a person was not enough for Lu Ming to deal with. To blow one's own horn, of course. Everyone only thought this in their hearts. At this moment, they naturally wouldn't help Qin Wuyo to force Lu Ming. In order to survive, you're really willing to say anything. Qin Wuyo's anger soared to the sky, but Lu Ming refused to attack. Helpless, he could only look at the others and roar. Who's going to fight with me? Who should we send? Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Mo Jiuyi, and the others began to discuss. This Qin Wuyo is very strong. I don't have the confidence to face him. Song Yan and defeating armies frowned. Of course, they were discussing through transmission. I feel that we shouldn't waste our advantage in numbers. Let them exhaust this person's divine power first, then we'll attack and take him down. Mo Jiuyi said. Right now they still had 11 people. Apart from Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Mo Jiuyi, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan, defeating armies and Lu Ming, the other 5 were all 6th level Heavenly God Holy Sons. Against a genius like Qin Wuyo, they were definitely not his match. However, they could exhaust his divine power. In terms of fighting and exhausting the opponent's divine power, it's obviously the Ice Soul race. Scarlet Flame Devil Pine smiled faintly. Bing Xian's expression sank. Scarlet Flame Devil Pine clearly didn't have good intentions. Sending someone to exhaust Qin Wuyo's divine power was extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, there was a risk of dying. That's right, I also think so. No one is more suitable than the Ice Soul race to exhaust their divine power. Mo Jiuyi also said. Bing Xian was also helpless when several people spoke up. Bing Hu, you go. Remember, be careful. Only fight with the opponent. If the situation isn't right, rush down the stage and admit defeat. Bing Xian looked at a youth from the Ice Soul race. Okay. Bing Hu nodded and jumped onto the stage, standing far away from Qin Wuyo. You actually sent trash to fight with me? Are you trying to exhaust my divine power first? Haha, how laughable. Qin Wuyo sneered, seeing through Bing Xian and the others' thoughts. I seal. Bing Hu was the first to attack. He slammed his palm down on the stage. Endless cold energy surged out, freezing the entire stage. Incomparably sharp ice sword stabbed into the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice swords formed and enveloped Qin Wuyo. Insignificant skill, break for me. Qin Wuyo shouted coldly. Dazzling light burst out from his body. Terrifying divine power formed a wave of divine power that rushed out. Pung pung pung, the ice swords that were rushing towards him, along with the surrounding ice, instantly exploded. 7 injuries, divine fist. Qin Wuyo took a step forward and threw a punch at Bing Hu. Boom boom boom, wherever the fist energy passed, all the ice would shatter into pieces and scatter in all directions. The fist energy didn't stop, continuing to press down on Bing Hu. Ice sword slash. Bing Hu shouted and clenched his fists. Endless cold energy gathered and formed a huge ice sword, slashing down on Qin Wuyo's fist energy. Boom. The ice sword collided with the fist energy, causing a violent tremor. But in the next moment, Bing Hu's body shook violently. The ice sword in his hand exploded and his body madly retreated. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Both of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, but one of them controlled saint-grade divine power, while the other controlled divine-grade divine power. The difference in battle strength was truly shocking. Binghu was no match for Qin Wuyo. He was completely suppressed. Die! Qin Wuyo shouted coldly. His body turned into a ray of light, charging towards Binghu. Not good. Binghu quickly retreat from the stage. Bing Xian's expression changed greatly, and she immediately transmitted her voice to Binghu. Binghu was also shocked. He circulated his divine power with all his might, wanting to retreat and escape from the stage. But he had just been sent flying, and his body was no longer as nimble. It was already too late when he wanted to retreat. Die! Qin Wuyo shouted and punched out with both fists. A terrifying fist energy broke out from his body and charged towards Binghu. In the blink of an eye, the fist energy arrived in front of Binghu. Under such circumstances, Binghu could only use all his strength to resist. He placed a shield in front of him. They were all condensed from ice, and there were a total of 9 layers. Chapter 2935. However, even with so many layers of defense, Binghu could not change his fate. Boom! Boom! When Qin Wuyo's 7 wounds fist force came crashing down, the 9 layers of ice shield shattered one after another. Bang! The fist force landed on Binghu's body. Binghu screamed as his body crashed heavily onto the fighting stage. Countless bones in his body were broken. His body was like a pile of mud as he laid on the ground with blood flowing out continuously. However, he was not dead yet. However, Qin Wuyo did not stop there. Looking down from above, he condensed a long spear in his hand and threw it towards Binghu. Puff! The long spear directly pierced through Binghu's forehead. This time, Binghu had completely fallen. Damn it! Bing Xian roared as she stared at Qin Wuyo. She roared. He was already defeated just now. Why did you still want to kill him? In my hands, defeat means death, Qin Wuyo said coldly. You. Bing Xian was furious. Defeat means death. I'll kill you. Song Yan defeating armies roared as he rushed onto the fighting stage. His body was emitting a scorching aura. You should have made your move earlier. You asked a piece of trash to die. Do you really think you can exhaust my divine power? You're delusional. Qin Wuyo sneered. Kill. Song Yan defeating armies roared as his body was covered in flames as he charged towards Qin Wuyo. 7 wounds divine fist. Qin Wuyo used the 7 wounds divine fist to fight Song Yan defeating armies. The two of them had fought before and there was no clear victor. This time, the battle was even more intense. Boom. Boom. Both of their attacks were domineering. Their fists collided continuously, and in an instant, they had exchanged over 100 punches. Raging Fire Guardian. Suddenly, Song Yan defeating armies roared. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The endless flames condensed into a giant that was over 100 meters tall. This giant was holding a fire wolf tooth mace. It was extraordinarily mighty. Raging Inferno Vajra. Song Yan's army destroyer has actually cultivated the Raging Inferno Vajra. Song Yan's talent is indeed shocking, to be able to master such a secret technique. His strength is definitely on par with Mo Jiuyi and the Wuji sword art. Many people cried out in surprise. In the past, when Mo Jiuyi and Jiandao Wuji cultivated the ancient god physique, many people thought that Song Yan and Pujuan would be surpassed. However, now that they had seen Song Yan's army destroyer cultivate the Raging Inferno Guardian, they knew that Song Yan's combat strength wasn't weak at all. Kill. Song Yan's army destroyer roared. The Raging Fire Vajra roared and swung its mace towards Qin Wuyo. Facing the Raging Fire Guardian, a serious look flashed across Qin Wuyo's eyes. Puff. Qin Wuyo's face suddenly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood gathered on his fists, making his fists even more powerful. The 7 injuries divine fist, the more injured one was, the more powerful it would be. Boom. Boom. Qin Wuyo wasn't afraid at all. He rushed towards the Raging Fire Guardian, and continuously threw out the 7 injuries divine fists, engaging in a fierce battle with Song Yan's army destroyer. The battle between the two had reached its climax, and both of them had used their ultimate moves. Boom. The Raging Fire Guardian's power was shocking, and the temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. In the battle, it actually suppressed Qin Wuyo and gained the upper hand. Song Yan's army destroyer is going to win. The people of Qin Tian Star Field were overjoyed. In a battle between divine sons, he was finally not as passive and vulnerable as he was when he was fighting with sacred sons. This secret technique is somewhat similar to the divine dragon aspect technique. Lu Ming pondered. He felt that Song Yan's army destroyer's raging fire guardian was somewhat similar to the divine dragon aspect technique. However, he wasn't that optimistic. He was sure that Song Yan's army destroyer would win. Sure enough, at the beginning, Song Yan's army destroyer did indeed have the upper hand, suppressing Qin Wushang, and even injuring him. However, after Qin Wushang was injured, the power of the 7 injuries divine fists became stronger. Gradually, it became a tie with Song Yan's army destroyer. One had to admit that the 7 injuries divine fists was really abnormal. The more injured one was, the stronger the power. In a battle, this was extremely advantageous. For example, when others were injured in a battle, their strength would become weaker and weaker, but you would become stronger and stronger. How terrifying was that? Therefore, at the beginning, Song Yan's army destroyer had the upper hand, but in the end, the two of them became a tie. However, it would be difficult for Qin Wuyo to defeat Song Yan's army destroyer. Kill, kill, kill. Song Yan's army destroyer's fighting spirit soared to the sky. His 3-meter-tall body was filled with astonishing flames, and the space was distorted by the flames. His body was covered with a layer of armor, and there were runes flowing on it. He was like an invincible god of fire. The two of them exchanged another 100 moves. Boom. In the end, Qin Wuyo used the 7 injuries divine fists to attack Song Yan's army destroyer, and sent Song Yan flying. However, Song Yan's army destroyer controlled the raging fire Vajra, and its huge mace hit Qin Wuyo's body. Puff. Qin Wuyo coughed out blood, and his body flew out of the fighting ring like a cannonball. Qin Wuyo and Song Yan's army destroyer flew out of the fighting ring at almost the same time. Then they took out healing pills at the same time, and started to heal their injuries. There was still no clear victor in this battle, and it ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries. In this way, there were 6 people left in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace, and 9 in the Qin Tian Star Field. Clang! The sound of a sword rang, and in the direction of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace, a sword light flashed, and a black-clothed young man landed on the fighting ring. This black-clothed young man carried a long sword on his back, and his body was as straight as a divine sword. Boom! The divine power in his body erupted like a volcano, and a ray of sword chi shot up to the sky. What a terrifying sword essence! Many people were shocked when they felt the terrifying sword essence. Even Mo Jiuyi, Sword Dao Wuji, and the others narrowed their eyes. This person was also a divine son, and he possessed divine-grade divine power. His cultivation was at level 6 heavenly god, and he was a terrifying sword cultivator. I am Absolute Sword, and you are also a sword cultivator. Come down and fight, and let me see what kind of strength the peerless sword cultivator of the Qin Tian Star Field has. Absolute Sword looked at Sword Dao Wuji, and his eyes were like divine swords. Just what I want. Sword Dao Wuji also showed a strong fighting spirit. He took a step forward, and his body appeared on the fighting ring. Similarly, a shocking sword essence burst out from his body. Boom. Before the two of them made a move, their sword essences had already clashed in the void, and rays of sword chi spread out in all directions. Bam! Bam! Their gazes met, and 2 tiny streams of sword chi shot out from their eyes, clashing in the air. Clang! Clang! Then, 2 sword cries resounded in the sky. The two of them drew their swords at the same time, and the sword light was as bright as the stars, so bright that some people could not open their eyes. Clang! Clang! In midair, the sounds of clashing could be heard. The people could no longer see the two of them, and they could only see 2 rays of sword chi clashing in the fighting ring. Chapter 2936. 2 sword lights appeared on the right side of the battle stage, then on the left side. Every time they collided, endless sword chi would burst out in all directions, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Fortunately, they were on the battle stage, and there was a powerful array around the battle stage. The array appeared and blocked all the sword chi storm. Otherwise, it would have caused a terrible disaster. The two of them fought for a while before suddenly stopping. Then the two figures flew backwards. Two figures, one black and one white, stood on both sides of the battle stage with swords in their hands. However, it could be seen that Limitless Sword's breathing was slightly hurried, while Absolute Sword's breathing was steady. Could it be that Limitless Sword is no match for him? Many people's hearts sank. Absolute Sword's sword Dao was indeed very powerful. His sword was quick and decisive. In the previous confrontation, he had a slight advantage. Your sword Dao is only at this level? You've disappointed me. Now it's time to decide the winner. Sunluo Sword Domain, God slaying 10,000 swords. Absolute Sword said coldly. Then he waved his hand and the battle sword in his hand floated above his head, slightly vibrating. Buzz. Waves of strange field energy emanated from Absolute Sword's body. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared around his body. It really looked like countless swords. At a glance, it was impossible to see how many sword images there were. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless sword images pierced towards Limitless Sword. Break, Limitless Sword shouted. Sword lights bloomed from his hand, slashing towards those sword images. However, his expression greatly changed as soon as they came into contact, because the power of those sword images was actually very terrifying. Each sword image was like Absolute Sword's full power attack. With so many sword images added together, the power was truly shocking. Limitless Sword's sword light shattered as soon as they came into contact. His body violently shook, and he rapidly retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out. What a terrifying secret technique. Absolute Sword's battle strength is too shocking. At this moment, Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devilpine, and Mo Jiuyi exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming's eyes also focused. The battle prowess of this Absolute Sword was indeed incomparably terrifying. It was much stronger than Qin Wuyo from before. Zhu Jian's talent is extremely outstanding even in the Jiuju Heavenly King Palace. There aren't many people who can match him at the same level. In the Qin Tian Star Field, it's impossible to defeat him at the same level. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, a young man sneered. Lose for me. The Absolute Sword's cold voice sounded as he continued to control the sword shadows to attack the Absolute Sword. Ancient God Body. At this moment, Everlasting Sword Dao let out a roar. His body expanded rapidly, turning into 100-meter-tall, orange-armored ancient god. The battle sword in his hand also expanded rapidly. With a swing of his sword, a sword light as large as a mountain appeared. Bump bump, a series of collision sounds rang out. After the limitless way of the sword transformed into the ancient god body, his strength increased greatly. He finally managed to dodge many of the sword shadows. This is the body of an ancient god. In the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor, a youth cried out in surprise, appearing very surprised. I really didn't expect someone from the small Qin Heavenly Starfield to be able to refine an ancient god body. In the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor, an old man stroked his beard and nodded in surprise. It's indeed surprising. However, it's just an orange-armored ancient god body. He's still not a match for the Absolute Sword. The golden-robed youth said coldly. They seemed to have a good understanding of the ancient god body. They didn't hide their conversation. Lu Ming and the others also heard it. Could it be that there's also someone in the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor that has refined an ancient god body? Lu Ming's heart moved, and he couldn't help but guess. According to legends, the ancient god was a tyrannical existence that was born naturally during the beginning of the universe. At that time, there were many ancient gods in the world. Since they were able to leave behind their descendants and inheritances in the Qin Heavenly Starfield, it was highly possible that there were other ancient gods in other places. Lose for me. The limitless way of the sword transformed into an ancient god and waved his long sword, attacking the Absolute Sword. A mere orange-armored ancient god wants to defeat me? Naive. The Absolute Sword only revealed a trace of surprise at the beginning, but he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his hands, countless sword shadows whizzed towards the limitless way of the sword. The endless sword shadows converged into a long river and rushed towards the limitless way of the sword. The limitless way of the sword was 100 meters tall. He waved his huge sword like a stone pillar in the river, blocking the impact of the river water. However, no matter how tough the stone pillar was, it would eventually collapse under the constant impact of the river water. For example, the limitless way of the sword could still resist at the beginning, and even charge forward. However, his charging speed became slower and slower, and after a while not only was he unable to move forward, but he was also forced to retreat. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sword shadows slashed at the limitless way of the sword, and the orange scales on his body. Sparks flew everywhere. In the end, the scales on the limitless way of the sword cracked, and sword wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow. He was completely unable to defend himself, and the wounds on his body were getting bigger and bigger. Bang! In the end, the limitless way of the sword's body rapidly shrank. He could no longer maintain the ancient god body, and reverted back to his normal form. He flew out of the battle stage and fell heavily outside. Limitless, how are you? Immediately, the experts of the invincible Kenzo went up to heal the limitless way of the sword. On the battle stage, Zhu Jian waved his hand, and the sword shadows that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. He calmly stood on the battle stage, looking around. Who wants to fight again? He glanced at the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Bing Xian, and Mo Jiuyi. In his opinion, only the three of them from the Qin Tian star field could fight against him. I'll do my best to exhaust his divine power. If I can't beat him, you two can go. Mo Jiuyi said to the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian were both stronger than him. Now wasn't the time to fight. Then Mo Jiuyi directly charged onto the battle stage. 6th level Heavenly God. With your cultivation base, you're still not my match, said Zhu Jian indifferently. He didn't look arrogant, as if he was just stating a fact. Don't be so sure. We'll know after the battle, said Mo Jiuyi coldly. Then he stepped forward. Peng after taking a few steps, Mo Jiuyi's body rapidly swelled, and he turned into a 100-meter tall orange-armored ancient god. Mo Jiuyi used his full strength as soon as he attacked. And another ancient god body. I didn't expect that there would be more than one person from the Qin Tian star field who managed to cultivate the ancient god body. Someone from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence was astonished. Looks like an ancient god world has appeared in the Qin Tian star field, and an ancient god inheritance has appeared. That's why there are so many people who manage to cultivate the ancient god body. It's rare to have such an opportunity in such a remote star field, said an old man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Chapter 2937. On the battle stage, Mo Jiuyi and Absolute Sword were already fighting fiercely. Mo Jiuyi's battle strength was about the same as the Everlasting Sword Dao. In terms of offensive power, he was slightly weaker than the Everlasting Sword Dao. However, Mo Jiuyi's techniques were even stranger. However, he was still no match for Absolute Sword. Under Absolute Sword images, he relied on all kinds of strange techniques to last a moment longer than the Everlasting Sword Dao. However, he was still heavily injured and was knocked off the battle stage. Good. Ha ha ha. Absolute Sword is truly a peerless genius. His battle strength is truly high. Some youths from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace laughed, looking at the people from the Qin Tian star field. On the other hand, the Qin Tian star field side was silent. There were countless people around the plaza, but no one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The opponent, a 6th-level Heavenly God Realm Divine Son, had consecutively defeated 2 people of the same level. Mo Jiuyi and the Everlasting Sword Dao had been defeated consecutively. This was a heavy blow to the Qin Tian Starfield's people. Now, the opponent still had 6 people, while the Qin Tian Starfield only had 7 people left. In their opinion, the only ones who had the strength to fight against the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace's heavenly geniuses were the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. As for the others, facing a heavenly genius like Absolute Sword, they probably wouldn't be able to take a single move. And the opponent still had 6 people, each one of them unfathomably strong. How were they going to fight this battle? Are we sure to lose? There's only 10 years left. Many people felt despair. Even more people could only remain silent, hoping for a miracle to happen. You two, who's up? Absolute Sword's battle-intent sword. His gaze locked onto the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. As for the others, he didn't even spare them a glance. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian exchanged a glance. They saw that Lu Ming didn't have any intention of going up, so they could only go up first. I'll go. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared and charged onto the battle stage. You've used up a lot of divine energy. Originally, I didn't want to take advantage of you, but this battle is a battle of attrition. Don't say I won't have an unfair advantage, Crimson Flame Demon Pine said. His voice was deep and strong. As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked towards the Absolute Sword. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Boom! Raging flames rushed out of his body. These flames were incomparably viscous, like magma. 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine is at the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. Someone exclaimed. Then many people in the Qin Tian Starfield were overjoyed. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's cultivation base had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. There was hope now. 7th level Celestial God? Haha, that's more interesting. Come. The Absolute Sword Silk was fearless. Around his body, sword shadows constantly appeared. Sunluo Sword Domain 10,000 Sword Slaying Gods Kill. Absolute Sword shouted coldly and pressed both of his hands forward. Countless sword shadows attacked the Red Flame Demonic Pine. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Demon let out a roar as his body swelled rapidly and transformed into an ancient god. The ancient god that the Red Flame Demonic Pine had transformed into was also a 100-meter-tall ancient god with orange armor. In the past, Bing Qing had told Lu Ming that there were a total of 4 geniuses in the Qin Heavenly Star Field that had successfully refined the ancient god physique. They were Sword Dao Wuji, Emojui, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. As soon as the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine attacked, he transformed into an ancient god physique. At the same time, his ancient god physique was covered in scorching flames. He had merged his innate secret arts with his ancient god physique, making him even stronger. Falling Star. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared and punched with both fists. His fists seemed to have turned into lava, and the lava turned into 2 huge meteors that shot toward Absolute Sword. The temperature on the stage rapidly rose. Another ancient god physique. Loose. Absolute Sword roared. Thousands of sword shadows formed a river that shot toward the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Boom. Their attacks collided, causing a series of explosions. At the start, it was difficult to determine a victor. But after a while, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's fists surged. His lava fist smashed through the thousands of sword shadows and shot toward Absolute Sword. Absolute Sword had fought 2 battles in a row and had exhausted a lot of his divine power. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. He wasn't someone that Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui could compare to. You're the one losing. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared. His mountain-like fists continued to smash down. The sky shook, and the temperature rose to a terrifying level. Even the air was about to burn. Huge meteors were smashing toward Absolute Sword. Don't be happy too early. Absolute Heaven Strike. Absolute Sword roared. Terrifying sword chi shot out of his eyes. He waved his hands, and the sword shadows in the sky converged into one. Absolute Sword's body seemed to have merged with the thousands of sword shadows, turning into a resplendent sword light. Swish. This sword light instantly destroyed several meteors and shot toward the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. This was Absolute Sword's strongest attack. It was terrifyingly powerful, causing the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's pupils to shrink. Myriad Divine Fists, Star Explosion. Die die die. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared. All the flames on his body gathered on his fists. In an instant he sent out thousands of punches. Those thousands of punches were sent out in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like thousands of fist shadows had appeared in front of the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Those fist shadows were completely condensed from flames and shot toward Absolute Sword. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion came from the battle stage. The entire battle stage was constantly shaking. Boundless energy spread in all directions, but it was blocked by the battle stage's formations. Many people with weaker cultivations could only see the sky full of flames and sword light blocking the figures of the red flame demonic pine and the absolute sword. Who's going to win? Many people stared at the battle stage, not even daring to blink. They were afraid they would miss a wonderful scene. Bang! On the battle stage, a huge figure was continuously retreating. Not good, it's the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. He's retreating. The Team Tian Starfield's people's expressions changed. Their hearts sank. However, the next moment, to their delight, Absolute Sword was sent flying out of the fighting ring like a cannonball. He landed below the fighting ring and staggered backward for a few hundred meters before regaining his balance. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He won. Many people were ecstatic. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine was still standing on the battle stage, but Absolute Sword had already fallen off. Naturally, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had won. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine is also injured, said someone else. Everyone's joy vanished. Indeed, the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine was also injured. There was a deep sword wound on his chest. It was as if his body had been cut in half. Blood was flowing out unceasingly. Although the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had defeated Absolute Sword, he had also been injured. The Team Tian Starfield had only won a small victory. The situation was still very unfavorable for them. Chapter 2938. I've lost. Peerless Sword said coldly. With a flicker, he returned to the crowd of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, and sat down with his legs crossed to heal his wounds. However, no one dared to underestimate Peerless Sword. Peerless Sword had defeated Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jiuyi at the beginning, exhausting a great amount of his divine force. However, he was still able to fight the 7th layer Heaven God Realm Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, until both of them were injured. His strength was truly terrifying. If Peerless Sword was at his peak, he might not necessarily lose to the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. As such, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace still had 5 people left. The Team Tian Starfield still had 7 people. Although they still had the advantage in terms of numbers, the people of the Team Tian Starfield were not confident at all. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine did not speak. He was taking the opportunity to heal his wounds, hoping to recover more of his strength. 7th layer Heaven God Realm, with the ancient God Flesh. Your strength is not bad among the 7th layer Heaven Gods. The golden-robed young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace spoke once again. He slowly walked forward and landed on the fighting ring. Jin Xing is going to make his move. Jin Xing is finally going to make his move. Well, with him around, the battle will come to an end, saving me the trouble. Let's just enjoy the show. The remaining young men of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace burst out laughing with a relaxed look, as if they were sure to win the battle. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine looked at the golden-robed young man with a stern look. The golden-robed young man had been representing the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace since the beginning. It was obvious that his talent was quite outstanding. You should take the time to recover. I'll give you a chance, Jin Xing said calmly. He stood still and allowed the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine to recover with a confident look. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine did not show any mercy. He took out a few pills to recover his divine force and consumed them. He then executed a technique to recover his strength. The wound on his chest began to wriggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was recovering rapidly. Half an hour later, the wound on the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's chest had completely disappeared. He had also recovered to his peak. Bring it on. Even though you're giving me time to recover, I won't go easy on you. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine stared at Jin Xing with a strong battle intent. However, Jin Xing shook his head and said, "You alone are no match for me. You should also attack together." Jin Xing's last sentence was directed at the Ice Immortal. What? He's challenging the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and the Ice Immortal at the same time? Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the 8th layer Heaven God Realm? Someone was shocked. No, I've observed him. His cultivation is at the 6th layer Heaven God Realm. In the Qin Heavenly Star region, a white-haired God King said. What? He's only at the 6th level of the Celestial God Realm. Yet he's so confident to challenge the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine at the same time? Where did he get his confidence from? That's right, the Absolute Sword is strong enough, but at his peak, he is at most comparable to the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. In the Chin Tian star field, many people roared in disbelief. A 6th-level heavenly god actually challenged the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and the Ice Immortal at the same time. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine were equally famous. The two of them had fought many times in the past, and it was hard to determine the victor. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had broken through to the 7th level of the heavenly god realm, so the Ice Immortal should be at the same level. Moreover, they were all divine sons, peerless geniuses. Where did Jin Xing get his confidence from? You really want to challenge the two of us? This doesn't conform to the rules. If we win, the Ice Immortal Dao. If you can win, then it's your victory. Before the Ice Immortal could speak, Jin Xing said indifferently, "All right." The Ice Immortal directly agreed. Since the other party was so confident, how could he not agree? Taking a step forward, the Ice Immortal also appeared on the battle stage, standing side by side with the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, one cold and one hot, formed a terrifying wave that surged towards Jin Xing. Bang! Jin Xing took a step forward and unleashed all of his aura. 6th layer Heaven God Realm. His cultivation was indeed at the 6th layer Heaven God Realm. Golden divine power covered his entire body, instantly defeating the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's aura. Ice Immortal, you go left, I'll go right. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine transmitted to the Ice Immortal, then charged towards Jin Xing's right. At the same time, the Ice Immortal charged towards Jin Xing's left. While charging, the Ice Immortal's body rapidly enlarged, turning into an ancient god body. Once the Ice Immortal made his move, everyone knew his cultivation was at the 7th layer Heaven God Realm. Falling Star. Rapid Ice Sword. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and the Ice Immortal used their trump cards at the same time, attacking Jin Xing. Since Jin Xing was so confident, he definitely had terrifying strength. They didn't think Jin Xing was just showing off. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and the Ice Immortal were mortal enemies. They had fought each other countless times, so they understood each other the best. Their cooperation was flawless. The two attacks wanted to drown Jin Xing. Jin Xing, who was the size of a normal person, was like an ant in front of the 200-meter-tall ancient god bodies. However, Jin Xing's expression was calm in the face of their pincer attack. "Void-breaking hand," muttered Jin Xing. His two palms turned golden, as if they were made of gold. Then he sent a palm at the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. Boom! Boom! Jin Xing's golden palm collided with the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's attacks. Then the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's meteor directly exploded. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's body shook violently, and he was forced back. At the same time, the Ice Immortal's attack also exploded, and he was forced back. This scene was extremely shocking and impactful. It was like two elephants had been forced back by an ant. How is this possible? Many people found it hard to believe. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine were 7th-level heavenly gods, divine sons. Moreover, they had used a secret technique like the ancient god bodies, but they were still no match for Jin Xing. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's gaze fell on Jin Xing's two golden palms. Just now, Lu Ming had sensed a terrifying destructive power erupting from Jin Xing's palms. It had defeated the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's attacks. "Void-breaking hand?" muttered Lu Ming. This was a terrifying secret technique. "Get down!" shouted Jin Xing after forcing the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine back. He took a step forward and charged at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, sending a palm at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. A golden palm formed. It was incomparably huge, even bigger than the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's ancient god body. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine roared, and his two fists continuously punched out. His lava-like fists continuously bombarded the golden palm. However, the golden palm's power was shocking. As it crushed down, the lava-like fists kept exploding. Chapter 2939. On the other side, Bing Xian also attacked Jin Xing when he was attacking the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. However, Jin Xing waved his hand and a golden sword flew out, blocking Bing Xian's attack. No matter how Bing Xian attacked, the golden sword was able to stop him. Jin Xing was attacking the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine with all his strength. The golden palm pressed down, forcing the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine to retreat. Jin Xing's strength was truly shocking. They were both at the 6th level of the Heavenly God realm, but he was stronger than Zhu Jian. No wonder he dared to challenge the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and Bing Xian at the same time. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine roared and used all his strength, but unfortunately he was still no match for Jin Xing Shua. Jin Xing quickly approached the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, and his golden palm slashed down again. The terrifying power caused the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's pupils to shrink. He roared and punched out twice with his fists wrapped in magma. However, the moment his fist collided with Jin Xing's palm, his fist exploded. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine screamed and retreated. Get lost! Jin Xing was like a golden ray of light, and his palm slammed into the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's chest. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine screamed again. His ancient god body's defensive power couldn't stop Jin Xing's attack. A large hole appeared in his chest, and he flew out of the stage. When he flew out of the stage, the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's body returned to its normal size, and he heavily fell off the stage, coughing up blood. Everyone saw that a large hole had appeared in the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's chest. His flesh had already disappeared. It was a tragic sight. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine quickly took out a healing divine pill and ate it. As a result, only Bing Xian was left on the battle stage. Shua. After defeating the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, Jin Xing turned around and attacked Bing Xian. Bing Xian's expression changed, and he retreated, not daring to face Jin Xing head-on. Ice Seal. Bing Xian sent out several palms, and the stage turned into a world of ice. He planned to use the moving method to fight Jin Xing, and then find an opportunity to see if he could win. You want to use this method to fight me? How foolish. Void-shattering palm, shouted Jin Xing. He was surrounded by dazzling golden light. In the sky, a gigantic golden palm was formed, covering the entire battle stage and pressing down. As such, no matter what, the Ice Immortal would be enveloped by the palm imprint. No matter what, she would have to clash head-on with her opponent. The Ice Immortal had no choice but to use her full strength to block the palm attack. Facing Jin Xing alone, he was even less of a match for him. In the end, his result was the same as the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine Tree. He was sent flying out of the battle platform, heavily injured. Jin Xing defeated the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine by himself. In the Qin Tian Star Field, many people were pale. Be defeated. The Qin Tian Starfield was defeated. The Ice Immortal, the Red Flame Devil Pine, the Sword Dao Wuji, Emojui, Songyan, and Pujuan were defeated one after another. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. It seemed that the time that he wanted to fight for was no longer possible. Say only 10 years? If we can't find the treasures of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion in 10 years, then when the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion's army arrives, all the powers of the Qin Tian Starfield will be exterminated. Who is it that stole the treasures of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion? Many people were roaring in their hearts. In their opinion, this battle had already ended with the defeat of the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine Tree. Although the Qin Tian Starfield has a few heavenly geniuses, they are still unable to withstand a single blow. Therefore, you only have 10 years. If you can't hand over the treasures after 10 years, then wait to be exterminated. Jin Xing said coldly. The battle hasn't ended yet. It's still too early for you to come to a conclusion. At this moment, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was naturally Lu Ming. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that he still wants to go up and compete? Although we still have 5 people left, the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine Tree have both been defeated. What's the use of the remaining 5 people going up? The outcome is already decided. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Young man, forget it. Let's admit defeat in this battle. There's no need to humiliate ourselves. An old man advised Lu Ming. He had good intentions. In this competition, There was no rule that stated that one could not kill. If the difference in strength was too great, it would be a shame if one was killed by a palm strike. Junior is unwilling to accept the fact that we haven't fought. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the battle platform. He landed on the platform and faced Jin Xing. You want to fight me? Jin Xing was also taken aback. His eyes flickered with golden light as he clearly saw Lu Ming's cultivation base. 3rd level Celestial Goda, 3rd level Heavenly God actually wanted to fight with him? What a joke! Even 7th level Celestial God prodigies like Bing Xian and Scarlet Flame Devil Pine were no match for him. What could a 3rd level Celestial God do? Even if the godly power he controlled was divine-grade godly power, he could crush it with a single finger. 10 years is too short. We won't be able to find the treasure you want. So we can only fight for 1,000 years. Lu Ming smiled. However, if we were to risk it, we might end up paying with our lives. Jin Xing said. Of course I know. But I'm afraid you're still a little lacking if you want to take my life. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking confident. This made many people in Qin Tian Starfield curl their lips. This Lu Ming was too confident. With Jin Xing's terrifying strength, it was still a little lacking to take his life. Jin Xing would probably be smashed to pieces in a single move. This brat waited until now to fight with Jin Xing. He's really courting death. Qin Wuyo mocked from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace's side. He originally thought that Lu Ming would hide and not dare to fight. He did not expect to wait until now to come out and fight. In his opinion, it was not a coward, but a fool. Lu Ming. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong and the others clenched their fists tightly. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very strong, the strength that Jin Xing had just displayed was too terrifying. Could Lu Ming really fight with Jin Xing? They were not confident in their hearts. Young Master will definitely win. Only Autumn Moon was completely confident in Lu Ming. She had watched Lu Ming's rise. Along the way, Lu Ming had created too many miracles. She always believed that Lu Ming would not lose. Is that so? You're very confident. I hope you have the capital to be confident. Jin Xing sneered. Golden light spread out from his body as he prepared to attack. Wait. At this moment Lu Ming shouted. Jin Xing, who was about to step forward, stopped in his tracks. He almost could not catch his breath. What is this brat doing? Many people looked at each other. What are you doing? Jin Xing clenched his teeth and asked. I still don't want to fight with you right now. What's your name again? That's right, Qin Wuyo, that Qin Wuyo. Didn't you always want to fight with me? Come, I'll give you a chance to fight. Lu Ming looked at Qin Wuyo. Chapter 2940. What? He wants to challenge Qin Wuyo? Many people were stunned. They couldn't figure out Lu Ming's plan at all. Even Qin Wuyo himself had a dumbfounded expression. He had already been defeated before. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would challenge him now. Are you sure you want to challenge Qin Wuyo first? Qin Wuyo has already been defeated. If you really want to challenge him, don't say that we broke the rules. Jin Xing said. Don't worry, it won't take much effort to deal with him. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people looked at him with disdain. He really didn't know how to brag. Qin Wuyo was also a divine son. His strength was about the same as Song Yan and Pajun's. Lu Ming actually said it wouldn't take much effort to deal with him. Who did he think he was? Jin Xing? What is this Lu Ming doing? Mo Jui, Jian Dao Wuji, and the others were also confused. They didn't know what Lu Ming wanted to do. Mo Jui had fought with Lu Ming 200 years ago. He knew Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming was at most a bit stronger than him. It was possible for him to defeat Qin Wuyo, but they didn't believe it would take much effort. I accept this battle. Qin Wuyo shouted. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the stage. He had been thinking of killing Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming was courting death, how could he miss this opportunity? All right, then I'll leave him to you. Jin Xing nodded and retreated to the side. From his point of view, Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly God realm. Qin Wuyo was enough. You should have more or less recovered. I'll let you attack first. In the future, you won't have a chance to attack. Lu Ming shouted. But in the eyes of others, he was just showing off. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 7 injuries Divine Fist kill. Qin Wuyo made his move. His first move was the 7 Injuries Divine Fist. Actually, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. After all, Qin Wushang and the others had been ruthlessly beaten up by Lu Ming at the Kongxian school. One had to know that the strength of Qin Wushang and the others wasn't considered low. Therefore, Qin Wuyo immediately used his ultimate move to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming also made his move, but Lu Ming did not activate the battle character secret art to multiply his combat strength, nor did he transform into his ancient god body. 10 divine fires burned fiercely in his body, and a tremendous amount of god power surged. Ice chains. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and 9 ice chains rushed out from his body. Shoo shoo! 9 ice chains like 9 long snakes rushed towards Qin Wuyo. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the ice chains he used were shockingly powerful. In particular, the 9th chain had refined a ball of special icy cold liquid. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power of the ball of liquid became more and more stimulated. Wherever the 9 ice chains passed, the temperature in the air would rapidly drop, and ice crystals would appear. Break for me! Qin Wuyo loudly shouted, wanting to break the ice chains. But when his fist energy collided with the ice chains, his expression wildly changed. He felt an extremely cold chill spread towards him, and he felt as if all the blood in his body was about to be frozen. He roared, and used his own strength to injure himself to increase the power of the 7 Injuries Divine Fist. Boom! After injuring himself, the power of the 7 Injuries Divine Fist had indeed increased by a level. His fist energy flourished, and among the 9 ice chains, 8 of them violently trembled and then collapsed. But the 9th ice chain was incomparably tough. It directly broke through his fist energy and wrapped around Qin Wuyo. At the same time, the ice chain's cold intent crazily surged out, sealing Qin Wuyo in ice. Qin Wuyo's body stiffened in midair. Bang! Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles, swinging it up and smashing it heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring shook violently. Qin Wuyo screamed miserably after being smashed. Dozens of bones were broken all over his body. He spat out mouthfuls of blood like a dead fish. The entire crowd was deathly silent. They were all dumbfounded. Many people thought they were dreaming, or that their eyes were playing tricks on them. A person at the level of a divine son, a genius who had been severely injured in the battle with Blue Flame's destroyer army previously, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. This was simply like a dream. Bang! Just as everyone was in a daze, Lu Ming lifted Qin Wuyo up again, and smashed him heavily on the fighting ring. Qin Wuyo let out a shrill scream. This time he was even more seriously injured. He was like a pile of mud, rolling his eyes and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was finally roused from their stupor, and then they burst into an uproar. He won. Lu Ming actually won. Amazing. This Qin Wushang's strength isn't any weaker than Song Yan and Jun Pe, but he was defeated in one move. This is too exaggerated. I never thought that the Kongxian school would have such a powerful genius. I've never heard of him before. The Qin Tian Starfield's people were both astonished and excited. They had already given up all hope, but now they couldn't help feeling a tiny bit of hope. Of course, it was only a tiny bit. After all, Jin Xing was too strong. Amongst them, the most shocked were Mo Jui, Jian Dao Wuji, Song Yan, and Jun Pe. 200 years ago, Mo Jui had fought with Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming's strength was only slightly stronger than Mo Jui's. They were on the same level. But now Qin Wuyo, who had fought with Song Yan and Jun Pe, had been defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Didn't this mean that Lu Ming's strength was far above theirs? 3rd level Heavenly God. His cultivation base has broken through to the 3rd level. How could he break through 2 levels in just 200 years? Mo Jui roared inwardly. 200 years ago, he clearly knew that Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the 1st level of the Heavenly God realm. In the Heavenly God realm, breaking through one level required a very long time. Even if they were peerless geniuses, it wouldn't be a short amount of time. 200 years was truly too short. Unless he had a huge fortuitous encounter. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in these years. Damn it! Mo Jui and Jian Dao Wuji roared inwardly. They were so jealous that they wanted to die. I've lost, let me down. At this moment Qin Wuyo roared. Letting you down just because you've lost? You're too naive. Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked at Bing Xian and said, "This guy killed one of your people. Today, I'll take his life in exchange for yours." Hearing this, Qin Wuyo was scared out of his wits. He frantically struggled, but he was sealed by the ice chains. There was no way he could struggle. He could only yell crazily, "No, you can't kill me, you can't save me. Stop." On the other side, Jin Xing also yelled and charged at Lu Ming, trying to save Qin Wuyo. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. A powerful force rushed through the ice chains and into Qin Wuyo's body. Qin Wuyo let out an unwilling cry as his body was torn apart, dying on the spot. Chapter 2941. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would really dare to kill Qin Wuyo. No matter how arrogant Qin Wuyo was, he was still a heavenly genius of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. His decisiveness was truly shocking. "Lu Ming, you dare kill a heavenly genius of my Qin family. You're courting death," roared a heavenly genius of the Qin family, glaring at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming directly ignored him and looked at Bing Xian. "A life for a life. I'll help you take back the life of that brother from the Ice Soul race." "Many thanks." Bing Xian cupped her fists. To tell the truth, she also wanted to kill Qin Wuyo, but she didn't have the chance. Boom. At this moment the stage shook. Jin Xing landed on the stage, his body erupting with resplendent golden light. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, right? Very good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now I'll be your opponent." "Wait!" shouted Lu Ming. Jin Xing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He gloomily stared at Lu Ming. "What do you want now?" "Nothing. I just feel like you're not my opponent. Call a few more people to come at me together," said Lu Ming. "What?" Everyone's eyes widened. They thought they had misheard. Lu Ming actually said Jin Xing wasn't his opponent, and wanted to call a few more people to come at him together? Arrogant, arrogant. Jin Xing had called Bing Xian and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine together. That was already arrogant enough. But now Lu Ming was even more arrogant. The power Jin Xing had just displayed was extremely terrifying. But now Lu Ming actually said Jin Xing wasn't strong enough. Although Lu Ming had easily defeated Qin Wuyo, Jin Xing wasn't someone Qin Wuyo could compare to. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Jin Xing could probably defeat Qin Wuyo in one move. Arrogant. Why would I need others to deal with you? Let me see what kind of ability you have, shouted Jin Xing. His golden light became even more dazzling. Thump thump. Jin Xing took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. A golden palm chopped down at Lu Ming. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying force had already surged towards Lu Ming, erupting with a terrifying cutting power. If it was an ordinary third-level heavenly god, they would probably be torn apart by this terrifying force. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary third-level celestial deity. His battle strength was many times stronger than an ordinary third-layer heaven god. At that instant, the 10 god flames in his body surged fiercely. 10 streams of powerful god force gathered together and sprang forward. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art to quadruple his combat strength. His combat strength skyrocketed. Lu Ming activated the divine dragon aspect art and punched out. Surging divine power surged towards Lu Ming's palm. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as a 9-clawed dragon flew out from Lu Ming's fist. Its 9 claws grabbed at Jin Xing and collided with his golden palm. Bang bang bang. 9 consecutive explosions took place. Strong gusts of wind swept in all directions from the point of collision. Hand of the void, shatter everything, die. Jin Xing snapped coldly. His palm glowed even brighter. The 9-clawed dragon aspect shuddered violently before it exploded. Jin Xing's hair drifted wildly as he roared. "So this is what makes you so arrogant? How disappointing. You'll lose." Saying this, Jin Xing threw another palm at Lu Ming. "Let's do this then," Lu Ming said calmly as he threw a few punches forward. Roar roar. A series of dragon roars took place. Every time Lu Ming threw a punch, a 9-clawed dragon would fly out. 6 9-clawed dragons flew toward Jin Xing and attacked him fiercely. Jin Xing's expression changed slightly. He had only used one of his palms before, but now he was using the second one. 2 golden palms flew forward and struck at the 9-clawed dragon aspect. Jin Xing's hand of the void seemed ordinary. There was no rare phenomenon when he attacked, but its power was indeed shocking. It was said to be able to sever the void. Each time it collided with the 9-clawed dragon aspect, the 9-clawed dragon aspect would tremble violently. The two exchanged a few hundred blows in an intense battle. The surrounding people were already stunned. They never thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight against Jin Xing. Many people had thought that Lu Ming was just bragging, but now it seemed that Lu Ming was really capable. Even if he was bragging a little by challenging so many people at the same time. This guy is so strong. At this moment, the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and the seniors were astounded. A third-layer heaven god is able to resist Jin Xing's hand of the void. Even the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace has never seen such a genius before. An old man exclaimed. It was too terrifying for a third-layer heaven god to fight against Jin Xing. Jin Xing was also a peerless genius. Although he was only a 6th-layer heaven god, he could easily slay an ordinary 9th-layer heaven god. However, it was unheard of for a 3rd-layer heavenly god to possess such powerful combat strength. I'm afraid such a genius would only appear in the core of the sacred dynasty. Another old man in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace exclaimed. It was beyond their expectation that such a genius would appear in the tiny Qintian star field. Icy chains. At this moment, Lu Ming used the ice chains. 9 chains wrapped around Jin Xing, exuding a shocking chill. Void-shattering sword. Jin Xing said coldly. His forehead emitted a golden glow as a golden battle sword flew out. Whoosh. The golden battle sword slashed down and cut 2 ice chains in half. Then, with another slash, a few more ice chains were cut in half. In the end, only the 9th icy chain stood a chance against Jin Xing. Very good, Lu Ming. I didn't expect that you would be able to force me to this extent. It's your honor to be able to see my ultimate move next. Ancient shattering. Jin Xing roared. The golden battle sword flew toward Jin Xing, and was grabbed by him. However, Jin Xing was not planning to attack with the battle sword. The battle sword melted in Jin Xing's hand like a puddle of golden liquid, merging with Jin Xing's palm. Whoosh! Jin Xing clasped his hands and slashed down. Rip! A terrifying golden ray burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. With a thought, 6 9-clawed dragon images lunged at Jin Xing. However, the golden ray was truly terrifying. When the first 9-clawed dragon image collided with the golden ray, its claw crumbled, followed by its body, which was split in half. Then the second and the third. Chapter 2942. Wherever the golden light from Jin Xing slashed past, the 9-clawed divine dragon dharma forms crumbled one after another. Ranwi? N. W. 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 R. A. N. W. Ana. Com. In an instant, the 6 divine dragon avatars all exploded. Even the 9th ice chain couldn't stop the golden light, and was cut apart. The terrifying golden light directly slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was truly shocking. I originally didn't want to kill you, but you forced me to use this move. Even I can't control myself. Rest in peace. Jin Xing's gaze was cold as a thought flashed through his mind. Whoosh! The golden light shot straight at Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming retreated, but the golden light's speed was extremely fast. It chased closely behind Lu Ming. What's going to happen? The spectators' hearts were also in their mouths. Jin Xing's move was too terrifying. It had broken Lu Ming's attack in one move and forced Lu Ming to retreat. Would Lu Ming be defeated by this move, or even die under this move? Just as Lu Ming was about to be struck by the golden light, a roar rang out. Then Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled, and a 100-meter-tall giant appeared on the stage. Moon severing. Lu Ming used his ancient god body, but Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He only used his ancient god body to transform into a 100-meter-tall ancient god. The spear in his hand slashed out, and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed forward, colliding with the golden light. Boom! The 2 rays of light collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. The dazzling light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The 2 rays of light constantly trembled, But then the golden light trembled even more violently. And with a bang, it exploded. Whoosh! A figure retreated. It was Jin Xing. Jin Xing retreated several thousand meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His strongest move had actually been broken. Instead, he had suffered heavy injuries. Ancient God Body. He has also cultivated the ancient God Body. The geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace exclaimed. The people of the Qingtian star field were ecstatic. Jin Xing, what other moves do you have? Use them, or it won't be enough. Lu Ming shouted. He waved his spear, and another crescent-shaped spear light swept towards Jin Xing, void-breaking hand. Jin Xing hollered and continuously struck out his palms, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, after Lu Ming transformed into the ancient God Body, coupled with the enhancement of 4 times his combat ability was already above Jin Xing's. He could not resist at all. Boom! Boom! Jin Xing's body shook violently. Every time they collided, he had to retreat 100 meters. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the fighting ring. Let's end this. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He held the spear with both hands and slashed it down. The huge spear gleam was like a mountain, pressing toward Jin Xing. Jin Xing shouted, trying his best to block the attack. Although he was unwilling, he could not change the fact. When the spear light pressed down, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Jin Xing was defeated. The crowd was silent at first, but then they burst into cheers. He won, he won. Lu Ming defeated Jin Xing. That's amazing. There's hope, there's hope. Many people shouted, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Previously, many people had ignored Lu Ming, and did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Most of them had placed their hopes on Bing Xian, Red Flame Demon Pine, Sword Dao Wuji, Emojiu Yi, Song Yan and Pajun. When they saw Bing Xian and Red Flame Demon Pine being defeated, they were in despair. They thought there was no suspense in this competition. They had not expected Lu Ming to suddenly appear and defeat Jin Xing. Jin Xing had defeated Bing Xian and Red Flame Demon Pine at the same time. In this way they saw hope again. Perhaps, Lu Ming could create a miracle and win all the way? Perhaps, Jin Xing was the strongest person in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? This guy, Emojiu Yi, Sword Dao Wuji and the others looked solemn. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. At least, Lu Ming's ancient god body was not only an orange-armored ancient god. He had not used his full strength yet, but he already had such combat strength. They had been left far behind. I told you to join in the fight, but you didn't listen. Now who wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the remaining 4 people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. There were 4 youths left in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. At this moment, 3 of them looked gloomy. The 3 of them were in the 7th level Heavenly God realm. However, although their cultivation was higher than Jin Xing's, their combat strength was not higher than Jin Xing's. Jin Xing was a famous genius in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He could even fight against geniuses. They did not have such ability. If Jin Xing could not win, they could not win as well. Their gazes landed on the last ordinary-looking young man. Among the 4 of them, only this person looked calm. Let me fight this battle. The ordinary-looking youth hugged a battle saber and stepped forward. A terrifying aura spread from his body. His divine force was extremely strong. 8th level Heavenly God realm. Someone exclaimed. What? 8th level Heavenly God realm. Many people in the Qingtian starfield exclaimed. This ordinary-looking youth with a battle saber had reached the 8th level Heavenly God realm. It was absolutely shocking to have such a cultivation among the younger generation. One should know that Bing Xian and Red Flame Demonic Pine had just broken through to the 7th level Heavenly God realm. This is troublesome. Many people secretly worried for Lu Ming. Although Jin Xing was strong, he was only in the 6th level Heavenly God realm. No matter how strong he was, he would not be a match for a 8th level Heavenly God realm genius. Could Lu Ming defeat him? Buzz. The ordinary-looking youth took 1 step at a time in the sky. The battle saber in his arms vibrated slightly. Following it, a saber glow pierced through the rift and soared into the sky. He was a saber artist, someone who was as famous as sword cultivators. He was famous for his offensive strength. 8th level Heavenly God Realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Ever since this person revealed his cultivation level, Lu Ming finally had some confidence in his heart. Judging from the expressions of the remaining 4 people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming could tell that this saber artist was the strongest among them. As long as he was not as crazy as Jin Xing, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat an 8th level Heavenly God Realm cultivator. I'm Wei Dao, I'll be your opponent, the ordinary-looking youth said. Wait, it's a waste of time to fight one by one. You should all come at once so that I can finish you all at once. Lu Ming said loudly, looking at the remaining 3 people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. I alone am enough, Wei Dao said coldly. No, you can't do it alone. Lu Ming shook his head. Many people were speechless. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he was full of confidence after defeating Jin Xing? Or was Lu Ming still holding back his strength? Many people's imaginations ran wild. P.S. Dear readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2943. Wei Dao's expression darkened. His eyes flickered. Burn. Wen Xiao? Say? W? 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 R. A. N. W? E. N. A. Calm. He was not sure how strong Lu Ming was. Could it be that Lu Ming was still hiding his strength? However, Lu Ming was only a 3rd layer heaven god. The strength that he had displayed before was already shocking enough. Could it be that he was still capable of unleashing a stronger strength? Wei Dao, all of you attack together. We can't afford to lose the battle. A voice entered Wei Dao's ears. It was a god emperor from the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace who was transmitting his voice to him. Wei Dao nodded silently while staring at Lu Ming. Since you're so confident, I'll grant your wish. Let's attack together, Wei Dao said coldly. Following the words, the remaining 3 young men stepped forward and stood beside Wei Dao. Their terrifying strength was unleashed. 7th layer heaven gods. All of them were 7th layer heaven gods. The people of the Qin Tian starfield inhaled deeply with stern looks. The 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace was too strong. They still had so many experts behind them. Even though the Qin Tian starfield had yet to make their move, they were not too strong. This time, even without Jin Xing, the Qin Tian starfield had no chance of winning the battle. There were still 3 7th layer heaven gods, and an 8th layer heaven god realm genius behind them. How could they possibly win the battle? Right now, they could only pin all their hopes on Lu Ming. 3 7th layer heaven gods and an 8th layer heaven god. Very well, make your move, Lu Ming said confidently. I'll grant your wish. As soon as Lu Ming finished his act, Wei Dao made his move decisively. A snow-white saber glow slashed at Lu Ming. Without a doubt, the remaining 4 were all god sons with divine-grade god force. Meanwhile, the other 3 made their moves too, attacking Lu Ming. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Among the 4 of them, any one of them was probably stronger than the Ice Immortal or the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Among the young men at the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm, 2 of them were probably as strong as Jin Xing coupled with the even more terrifying Wei Dao. It would be hard for anyone below the Divine King realm to fight against him. Many people held their breaths, wanting to know how Lu Ming would respond. Roar. Lu Ming let out another ancient god roar. His body expanded once again. This time, Lu Ming did not hold back. He used his full strength. A 200-meter tall green-armored ancient god appeared on the fighting ring. Break space. Lu Ming continuously used the sky-piercing move. Streaks of spear lights shot towards Wei Dao's group of 4 like meteors. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded out. Except for Wei Dao, the other 3 were forced to retreat, their faces unsightly. Green-armored ancient god. It's the green-armored ancient god. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's residence, a white-haired god king cried out in shock. The others in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's residence also gasped in shock. It was beyond their expectations that someone in the Qin Tian star field could cultivate into a green-armored ancient god. The Taishu dynasty was vast and had occupied many star fields. What kind of geniuses did it not have? There were also many who had cultivated the ancient god body. However, most of them were low-level ancient gods. Those who could become green-armored ancient gods were few and far between, even in the history of ancient gods. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Jin Xing's face was extremely ugly. It's the green-armored ancient god. The eyes of Wei Dao and the other 3 young men were filled with astonishment. Let's attack together. I'll be the main attacker, you guys support me. Wei Dao shouted and launched another attack. The offensive power of a bladesman was truly startling. Furthermore, with the aid of some secret techniques, their shocking combat prowess was displayed to the fullest. Streaks of dazzling saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Let's deal with the strongest first. Lu Ming stared at Wei Dao and slashed out with his long spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards his opponent. At the same time, he activated the Divine Dragon Aspect skill. 6 nine-clawed dragon aspects roared and pounced towards the other 3. Dong. Wei Dao was completely at a disadvantage in this collision. Although his combat strength was strong, Lu Ming was stronger. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely suppress a divine son of level 8 heavenly god realm if he used all his means. In particular, he had 2 divine-grade divine powers in his divine power. The inextinguishable sword force allowed Lu Ming's every move to be filled with the offensive power of a sword cultivator. Wei Dao was forced to retreat as he was completely defeated. It's over. Get down. Lu Ming's huge figure quickly caught up with him. He held his spear with both hands and slashed down. Another crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Wei Dao. Wei Dao tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying. His protective saber aura was shattered and his body retreated to the edge of the battle stage. The other 3 wanted to help, but they were held back by the 6 divine dragon aspects. They were powerless. Boom. Lu Ming struck out with his spear again. This time, Wei Dao retreated and was sent flying out of the battle stage. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Defeated. Wei Dao was defeated and was sent flying out of the battle stage. Lost. A divine king from the 9 extinction heavenly king residence shook his head and sighed. With Wei Dao defeated, the remaining 3 were no match for Lu Ming. Their defeat was set. Sure enough, although the remaining 3 did not want to lose, their strength was far from Lu Ming's. They had no choice. The long spear swept out continuously and one by one, they were sent flying out of the battle stage. When the last youth from the 9 extinction heavenly king residence was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming, there was an earth-shattering cheer around the square. Countless people in the Qintian starfield were ecstatic and cheered loudly. This time, they had actually won. This was truly unexpected. After the Ice Immortal, Scarlet Flame Devilpine, and the others had been defeated, many people had already despaired. They had never imagined that they would win in the end. It was truly a case of being at the end of the road. Every cloud has a silver lining. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Some people shouted Lu Ming's name, and then even more people joined in. Very quickly, the square was filled with cheers. They were all shouting Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming. Mo Jui and the limitless sword Dao were looking at that godlike figure on the battle stage. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. They had enmity with Lu Ming. For Lu Ming to be this terrifying made them feel a trace of fear. Their gazes flickered. It was unknown what they were thinking. Other than that, many experts from the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo had ugly expressions. Lu Ming was the holy son of the Kongxian school. When he matured in the future, he would be a great threat to the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo. Lu Ming really is powerful. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, and the others were all stunned. Of course, my young master is the most powerful. No one can compare to him. Autumn Moon looked worshipfully at Lu Ming. In her heart, Lu Ming was unrivaled. She smiled brilliantly, as if she had long since known that Lu Ming would win. P.S. Fellow readers, I am Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, no ads, and many reading modes. Chapter 2944. I can't believe we lost. At this moment, some of the young men in the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion were mumbling to themselves. Ran. ENW? W? W? Ranwen. Before the battle, They were full of confidence and thought that this was a competition without any suspense. It was impossible for them to lose. That was why they agreed to Lu Ming's condition of giving them a 1,000-year extension. Their purpose was to humiliate Lu Ming's group and put pressure on the Qin Tian starfield. They wanted to let the people of the Qin Tian starfield know that the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion was not something they could go against. They wanted to scare the robbers and force them to hand over the treasures. At the beginning, the plot was similar to what they had imagined. When Jin Xing used his absolute sword, he crushed the sky prides of the Qin Tian starfield. However, they never expected that a dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had displayed abilities that even they were amazed by. He had also defeated them, causing them to taste the consequences of defeat. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hand, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Lu Ming kept the ancient god tactics, and his body began to shrink, turning into his human form. Now that you've lost, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Lu Ming said loudly. The other people of the Qin Tian starfield also looked at the people of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Jin Xing, Wei Dao, and the others' faces turned ugly. They wanted to deny it, but they were the ones who said it in public. As the sky prides of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, it would be embarrassing for them to deny it. Therefore, they did not know how to answer. What? The Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion won't go back on their words, right? Lu Ming's voice sounded. He put the blame on the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, making it impossible for them to deny it. How can we go back on our words? All right, this old man agrees to give your Qin Tian starfield 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, if you still can't hand over the Nine-Ju Divine Crystal, the army of my Nine-Ju Heavenly Palace will definitely come. A white-haired old man from the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion said. His voice spread across the entire place. All right, it's a deal, Lu Ming said. Remember, you only have 1,000 years. Let's go. The white-haired old man said and left. Lu Ming's one day. I will defeat you and avenge today's humiliation. Jin Xing's eyes fell on Lu Ming's was filled with battle intent. You won't have another chance in the future. Lu Ming responded, full of confidence. Let's wait and see. Jin Xing said. King Mansion. Very soon, the people from the highest heavenly king residence had all retreated. The 9 Jews was. They had one's Jew sex. Although it can sit be, it's have as Jew sex sec Jew heavenly king mansion s sex Jews Jew heavens. However, many major forces still felt a sense of urgency. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Could they really find the treasures of the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion? Let's go. Lu Ming came to Ouyang Qingxiang's side and left together. After a while, they returned to the Kongxian school. Soon, the news spread throughout Qin Tian Starfield. The 9 Ju Heavenly King Mansion's people had left Qin Tian Starfield. However, the atmosphere in Qin Tian Starfield did not relax. Instead, it became more serious. The major forces in Qin Tian Starfield were suspicious of each other. They were guessing who stole the 9 Ju Heavenly King Mansion's treasure. Who stole the 9 Ju Heavenly King Mansion's treasure? Hand it over quickly. Are you trying to get everyone killed? Which force is so selfish? Despicable. More and more such voices were heard. This force was guessing that it was that force that stole the treasure. That force was guessing that it was that force that stole the treasure. The major forces in Qin Tian Starfield had conflicts with each other. At this time, the conflicts were triggered. Some of the forces even had some friction, and there were signs of fighting. The Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe were like fire and water. The Flaming Tribe said that it was the Ice Soul Tribe that stole the 9 Ju Heavenly King Mansion's treasure. However, the Ice Soul Tribe was not to be outdone. They said that it was the Flaming Tribe that stole the treasure. The two major races were originally enemies. The conflict between them was extremely deep. As such, it completely ignited the flames of conflict between them. After a few months, the conflict between the two major races was finally triggered, and a war broke out. Many God King experts were dispatched in this war. Both sides fought fiercely and both sides suffered losses. After that, it was a long tug-of-war. Both sides had invested a large number of troops in the border galaxies. Wars would break out from time to time. The atmosphere between the Qin Tian 13 sects was also extremely tense. As for those small forces, they were all in danger. Just like that, 10 years passed. The Qin Tian 13 sects barely maintained a balance. There were only some small conflicts occasionally. However, if this continued, a war would definitely break out as the 1,000 years approached. At that time, before the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion's army arrived, the Qin Tian star field would be weakened because of the internal strife. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from the Ice Soul tribe. The Ice Soul tribe invited him for a gathering. Lu Ming was a little puzzled, but he did not refuse. He rushed to the Ice Soul tribe alone. "Brother Lu, long time no see. You're getting stronger and stronger. You've already left me far behind." The one who received Lu Ming was the Ice Soul tribe's 9th young master, Bing Qing. Bing Qing laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Lu Ming. When Lu Ming fought Jin Xing, Wei Dao, and the others, Bing Qing was in seclusion and did not see it. When he heard about it later, he was naturally shocked. "Brother Bing, you're too polite. May I know why you're looking for me this time?" Lu Ming asked. "I heard that it's about the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion's treasure." Bing Qing's face turned solemn. He whispered to Lu Ming through voice transmission as if he was afraid that others would hear him. "The Ninju Heavenly King Mansion's treasure? Is there news about it?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They seemed to have found some clues. "Lu Ming, my father is waiting for you. Come with me. My father will tell you." Bing Qing whispered. Lu Ming was curious. If the Ice Soul tribe had found some clues, why would they ask him to come? What did this have to do with him? Lu Ming and Bing Qing came to a courtyard with curiosity. In the courtyard, there was a table. Only 2 people were sitting at the table. One of them was Bing Qing's father, the Ice Soul tribe's patriarch. The other person was the Ice Soul tribe's #1 prodigy, Bing Qing's 7th brother, Bing Xian. "Lu Ming, you're here." Seeing Lu Ming, the Ice Soul tribe's patriarch and Bing Xian smiled and stood up to welcome him. Junior Lu Ming greets Patriarch Bing. Lu Ming cupped his fists politely and greeted Bing Xian. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2945. Haha, Lu Ming, please have a seat. The leader of the Ice Spirit clan smiled and invited Lu Ming to take a seat. Ran. ENW. W. W. R. A. N. W. E. N. A. Com. Lu Ming and Bing Qing sat down. "May I know why the patriarch is looking for Lu Ming?" Lu Ming did not beat around the bush and directly asked the question in his heart. "Lu Ming, I've called you here to talk about the theft of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure," the patriarch said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and he said, "Have you found some clues?" "I did find some clues, but I'm not sure yet," the patriarch said. He pondered for a while and then continued. "Lu Ming, you should know about the Dark Ice tribe, right?" "Dark Ice tribe? You mean the tribe that betrayed the Ice Spirit tribe?" Lu Ming's expression changed. He still remembered that when he was assigned a mission by his sect to help the Ice Soul clan go to their ancestral land to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart, he had encountered a genius of the Dark Ice race in the Ice Soul clan's ancestral land. They had fought over the Ice Jade Heart. Could it be related to the Dark Ice tribe? "I think the Dark Ice tribe is responsible for the theft of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure. The Dark Ice tribe has been declining over the years, and the 9 extinction Divine Crystal can help them rise again. They can even defeat us and return to the peak of the Qin Tian star area," the patriarch said. "Patriarch Bing, is this just your speculation or do you have any evidence?" Lu Ming took a sip of tea and asked calmly. He would not believe the patriarch's words so easily. The Ice Spirit tribe and the Dark Ice tribe had a deep hatred, and both wanted to destroy each other. If the Ice Spirit tribe wanted to frame the Dark Ice tribe, it was possible that they could destroy the other party. Hearing Lu Ming's question, the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan smiled faintly. He had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew what Lu Ming was thinking. "Lu Ming, you may think that I will frame the Dark Ice race, but this concerns the survival of the Qin Tian star area and the survival of our race. I will not play around. There are many opportunities to deal with the Dark Ice race. Why would I choose this time?" The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan smiled and continued. In the past, the Dark Ice clan was very active and often had conflicts with our clan. However, during this period, the Dark Ice clan has holed up and kept all of its clansmen away. It's very suspicious that they haven't done anything. I suspect that they've obtained a treasure and are secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the day they erupt. Clan leader Bing, even if the Dark Ice clan did it, how could the Dark Ice clan steal the treasure with the defense of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion? Lu Ming asked again. If the Dark Ice clan was so powerful to steal the treasure from the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, they would have destroyed the Ice Spirit clan and unified the Qin Tian Star area. This is the key to the problem. I suspect that there's a traitor in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion who colluded with outsiders. Otherwise, it's very difficult for outsiders to steal the treasure from the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan lowered his voice and said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. To be honest, Lu Ming had thought of this before. The Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion was one of the 27 Heavenly King Mansions in the Taishu dynasty. Not to mention the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion's cultivation. Even the guards of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion were extremely terrifying and unfathomable. It was almost impossible for outsiders to steal the treasure from the heavily guarded Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion without anyone noticing. There was only one reason. There was a traitor in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion who colluded with outsiders to steal the treasure without anyone noticing. However, which force in the Qin Tian Star area would collude with the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion? To be honest, in the Qin Tian Star area, whether it's the Ice Spirit clan, the Flaming clan, or the Qin Tian 13 sects, were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. We're not qualified to make friends with the major forces and families in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. However, the Dark Ice clan is an exception. After the Dark Ice clan was defeated, they left the Qin Tian Star area and wandered to other places. After a long time, they returned to the Qin Tian Star area. Therefore, the Dark Ice clan is most likely to make friends with the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Moreover, our clan has been secretly sending people to keep an eye on the Dark Ice clan. Previously, the Dark Ice clan was very active and often sent people out of the Qin Tian Star area to the territory where the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion is located. This is the most suspicious point. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan explained. I see. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After listening to the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan, he really felt that the Dark Ice clan was the most suspicious. If it's really the Dark Ice clan, why would the experts of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion collude with the Dark Ice clan to steal the treasures of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion? What benefits would it bring to those people? Lu Ming asked. He still had a lot of doubts. I'm not sure about this. I'm also confused. On the surface, it doesn't seem to bring any benefits to the people of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. However, I reckon that the other party must have a purpose for doing so. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan frowned. However, this is just my speculation. There's no evidence. If I say it out loud, it won't be convincing. The people of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion won't believe me. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan sighed. Ice Spirit clan's patriarch. What does this have to do with you inviting me here? Lu Ming asked again. Even if the Ice Spirit clan's patriarch's speculation was true, what did it have to do with him? What help could he provide? First, we need to find evidence that the Dark Ice clan stole the treasures. However, it's almost impossible to find evidence in the Qin Tian Star field. We can only find evidence in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan said. Ice Spirit clan's patriarch. You want me to go to the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion to find evidence? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. That's right. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan nodded and said. We've planted spies in the Dark Ice clan. However, the Dark Ice clan has also planted spies in our clan. As long as we send people to the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, they'll immediately be alerted and will alert the enemy. Moreover, it's not suitable for those with high cultivation to go to the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. They'll also alert the Dark Ice clan. Only those of the younger generation who head to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion with the excuse of training themselves and finding other geniuses to spar with them will not alert the others. That's because this kind of thing happens in every era. Lu Ming understood. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan wanted Lu Ming to go to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion to investigate the theft of the treasures in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion and find evidence that the Dark Ice clan stole the treasures. All right, I'll go. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. Ah. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan was stunned. Apparently, he did not expect Lu Ming to agree so readily. He had invited Lu Ming to come here just to make this suggestion. As for whether Lu Ming would agree or not, he would not force him. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming agreed without the slightest hesitation. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2946. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan naturally did not know that Lu Ming had already planned to go to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Because of Jingyu, Lu Ming was bound to go to the Taishu dynasty, and the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion was the only way to go to the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming originally planned to go to the Taishu dynasty when his cultivation was higher. However, there were benefits to going to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion in advance. At least, he could learn more about the situation in the Taishu dynasty. There's no time to lose. I'll set off in a few days. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and then said, Lu Ming, you'd better go to the Demon Capital Mountain first before going to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said, Demon Capital Mountain? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, Demon Capital Mountain. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan nodded and said, to the west of the Qin Tian star field is a star field close to the Qin Tian star field called the Chu Tian star field. The Demon Capital Mountain is in the Chu Tian star field. In the past, when the people of the Dark Ice tribe left the Qin Tian star field, they often went to the Demon Capital Mountain. I suspect that the Demon Capital Mountain is the place where the Dark Ice tribe and the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion met. Therefore, we might be able to find some clues in the Demon Capital Mountain. Very few people know about this. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said, all right, I'll go to the Demon Capital Mountain first. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming got up and left. Before leaving, the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan gave Lu Ming a starry sky map of the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. However, the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion occupied a large territory, and the starry sky map only gave a rough location. There were many small places that were not clearly marked. Therefore Lu Ming thought of Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng was from the Wu clan of the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He would need help to go to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Coincidentally, Wu Zifeng was at Kongxian School during this period of time. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to Kongxian School and found Wu Zifeng. He explained the purpose of his visit, and Wu Zifeng immediately agreed. Yu Linglong knew about it and wanted to join them. In the end, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong out of Kongxian School quietly without alerting anyone. If they wanted to leave the Qin Tian star field, they would have to take the Interstellar Field Teleportation Array. The Interstellar Domain Teleportation Array of the Qin Tian star field was located on the Myriad Spirit Star. The four of them arrived at the Myriad Spirit Star. After paying an exorbitant fee, they stepped onto the teleportation array to the Chu Tian star domain. Lu Ming felt as if he was shuttling through the void. It was as if he was moving through a void passage. Looking at the lights and shadows that constantly passed by him, Lu Ming knew that he was moving forward at an astonishing speed. However, the distance between the two star fields was too far. Even if they took the teleportation array, the teleportation process was very long. This process lasted for half a month. The surroundings trembled and a ray of light pierced through. Lu Ming knew that they had arrived at the Chu Tian star domain. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. It took half a month to travel by teleportation array. One could imagine how long this distance was. If one relied on flying, who knew how long it would take? Even a godly monarch would find it difficult to cross such a long distance, without tens of thousands of years. The distance between two star fields was often many times greater than the territory of the star field itself. This is the Mandala galaxy of the Chu Tian star domain, which is closest to the Qin Tian star domain. Mo-Du Mountain is on the other side. Let's go. Wu Zifeng was rather familiar with the Chu Tian star domain. He led Lu Ming and company and continued to take the teleportation array towards Mo-Du Mountain. Mo-Du Mountain was really a mountain. It was a huge mountain that floated in the cosmos. Like the Mountain of Desolation, it was extremely huge, bigger than many planets. In the vast cosmos, there were all sorts of strange things. Not all of them were planets. Some divine mountains that were even bigger than planets floated in the sky. There were even some continents that floated in the cosmos, forming their own worlds. Even more miraculous was that there was an extremely huge ancient city that floated in the cosmos. There were even huge ancient trees and massive desolate beast corpses that had evolved into their own worlds. There were countless such things. Lu Ming was already used to it. After a month of traveling, they finally approached Mo-Du Mountain. Standing in the universe star field, looking from afar, there was a huge mountain floating in the starry sky. Above it, there was a demonic mist. This was Mo-Du Mountain. Let's go. Lu Ming took the lead and flew over. At the same time, he used his divine power to envelop Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. This was because Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had not reached the heavenly god realm. Both of them were at the 7th level of the true god realm. To be honest, this cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Of course, compared to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, it was naturally much worse. The four of them landed at the edge of Mo-Du Mountain and then flew forward. Not long after, a large city appeared in front of them. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Devil General City. The city gate was quite lively, with people coming and going. The 4 of them walked in, and then inquired about the situation of Mo-Du Mountain. Mo-Du Mountain was made up of a total of 37 large cities. The ruler of these cities was Mo-Du City. The other 36 cities were all satellite cities of the Demon Capital Mountain, and they surrounded Demon Capital City and protected it. In Mo-Du Mountain, Mo-Du City was high and mighty. It was the unquestionable ruler, and was extremely powerful. It was said that the city lord of Mo-Du City was a divine king called the Dark Knight Divine King. Moreover, Mo-Du City produced a special product called the Demonic Night Spring. This Demonic Night Spring was extremely helpful to a cultivator's soul. It could nourish the soul and increase the strength of the soul. A cultivator's soul was the most important. It was very difficult to increase it. One could imagine the value of the Demonic Night Spring. Mo-Du Mountain's main source of income was selling the Demonic Night Spring. However, the Demonic Night Spring was so precious that there were definitely many forces eyeing it. Mo-Du Mountain's Dark Knight Divine King was just an ordinary divine king. He could not control such a precious treasure at all. However, the truth was that no one dared to touch Mo-Du Mountain. That was because behind Mo-Du Mountain, there was a major force called the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion supporting it. Many major forces in Chu Tian Star Field knew that Mo-Du Mountain was supported by the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. However, they did not know which force it was. It seems like if I want to investigate whether the Dark Ice Tribe is colluding with the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, I have to start from Mo-Du City. However, Mo-Du City's law enforcement officers are very strict. They forbid outsiders from entering. Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Mo-Du City, unless it was a special occasion, outsiders were forbidden from entering. Therefore, Lu Ming had to think of a way to enter Mo-Du City first before he could start his investigation. Unfortunately, Lu Ming could not think of a good way to enter Mo-Du City for the next few days. On this day, Lu Ming and the other 3 were wandering around the streets, trying to gather information. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the other 3, blocking their path. Chapter 2947. A total of 4 bulky men stood in front of Lu Ming and his crew. The 4 bulky men were wearing black metal armor. Their faces were chubby, indicating that they were ferocious characters. You 4 must be outsiders. I've never seen you before. One of the bulky men with a scar on his face scanned Lu Ming and his crew. His eyes flickered passionately when he saw Chiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. That's right, we're outsiders. We've just come here for training. Lu Ming replied casually. Just come here? What nonsense. The man with a scar suddenly yelled with a hideous grin. He stared at Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong and said, "A while ago, 2 female thieves appeared in Demon General City and stole the city lord's treasure. I can see that their figures are similar to the 2 thieves. I'm going to arrest them and bring them back for interrogation. Brothers, take them down." The man with a scar yelled. Ha, you 2 female thieves, just surrender." The other 3 bulky men in black armor walked toward Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong with perverted grins. Now, even an idiot could see that the knife-scarred man and the others had taken a liking to Qiu Yu and Yu Linglong's beauty and wanted to get their hands on them. The female thief was just an excuse. Die. Wu Zifeng was infuriated. His aura burst out as he threw a punch forward. A mere 7th layer True God Realm dares to attack me? Die. The man with the scar let out a hollow laugh and threw a punch forward. A terrifying force surged in Wu Zifeng's direction. 3rd layer Heaven God Realm. The man's cultivation was at the 3rd layer Heaven God Realm, significantly stronger than Wu Zifeng's. Even if Wu Zifeng was a genius, he would not be able to make up for the difference. Seeing this palm strike, even if Wu Zifeng didn't die, he would be crippled. Whoosh. A figure appeared in front of Wu Zifeng and nullified the force of the man's attack with a wave. Brat, you still dare to fight back? You don't know the difference between life and death. Brothers, leave these 2 brats to me. You guys take down those 2 chicks. The scarred man shouted. Attack. The other 3 men attacked at the same time. They stretched out their claws and tried to grab Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming did not make a move. The other 3 burly men were only level 1 heavenly gods. They were no match for Autumn Moon. As expected, a snow-white blade light bloomed from Autumn Moon's hand. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spurted out, and 3 blood-curdling screams rang out. The 3 black-armored burly men retreated in a frenzy. 1 palm of each of the 3 black-armored men was cut off by Autumn Moon. Furthermore, Autumn Moon's attack was infused with the god force of a sovereign lord. It would be difficult for the 3 burly men to recover from it. "Aw, slut, you dare to break our hands? You're courting death. I'm going to take you down and ride you under my body. Bitch." The 3 black-armored burly men roared furiously, their anger soaring to the heavens. Die. Qiu Yu said coldly. With a wave of her hand, another blade light shot out from her hand. Crap. The 3 black-armored men were startled. They immediately backed away in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, Autumn Moon's attack was shockingly quick. In comparison, the 3 black-armored men were like snails. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 popping sounds rang out, and everyone saw that the 3 black-armored burly men's bodies had stiffened, and they were completely motionless. Blood was seeping out from their foreheads. There was no sign of life in their bodies. The 3 black-armored men had fallen. Their souls had been destroyed by Autumn Moon at that instant. You dare to kill the people of the demon generals? You're courting death. The scarred man roared furiously. A ferocious aura burst out from his mouth. I was planning to investigate in secret. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the scarred man. Demon General's saber. The scarred man yelled. He drew out his saber and slashed at Lu Ming. However, even though the scarred man's cultivation was in the 3rd layer Heaven God realm, which was on par with Lu Ming, he was only an ordinary heaven god with royal god force. His strength was too far away from Lu Ming's. Bang! A 9-clawed divine dragon flew out and charged towards the scar-faced man. The scarred man stood no chance against Lu Ming. As the 9-clawed dragon flew past, the scarred man's attacks were instantly nullified. Bang! The scarred man's body was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. He died on the spot. The scarred man and his companions were all dead. The streets were crowded with people who were watching the show. They began to discuss among themselves. Those 4 young men are bold enough to kill the demon generals. They're done for. I'm afraid the other demon generals have been alerted. They will be here soon. As if to prove the words, a loud roar came from deep within the demon general city. Close the gates and activate the formation. Those who dare to kill me will be ground to ashes. As soon as the words were spoken, the gates of the demon general city were swiftly closed. A light barrier rose into the sky above the city. Bang! Bang! Powerful auras burst out from all directions of the demon general city. Several black figures charged toward Lu Ming and his companions. Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong were startled. On the other hand, Qiu Autumn Moon and Lu Ming remained calm. In the entire demon capital mountain, only the city lord was a god emperor realm expert. With Lu Ming's current strength, as long as it was not a god emperor, Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could still escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flew over from all directions. They were all burly men in black armor, and there were people from all races. The demon general guards are here. The surrounding people were shocked. Many of them retreated to make space for the demon general guards. Lu Ming and his companions were surrounded by the demon general guards from all directions. There's quite a number of them. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there were 3,000 demon general guards. 3,000 demon general guards were all heavenly god realm experts. Such a force was shocking. The demon general city is only one of the 36 citadels of the demon capital mountain. It's amazing that they have such a strong force. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The strongest expert of the demon capital mountain was only in the first layer of the God King realm. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the number of heavenly god realm experts under his command. Perhaps it has something to do with the demonic night spring? Lu Ming pondered. The demon capital mountain had the demonic night spring, so they were definitely rich. It wasn't impossible for them to gather so many heavenly god realm experts to form an army. Kid, you're the one who killed my demon general guards. A muscular man stepped forward. His violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming. The man was the general of the demon general guards. His cultivation was in the 6th layer heavenly god realm. That's right. Lu Ming replied calmly. Good, very good. You dare to kill my demon general guards in the demon general city? Very good. The general of the demon general guards said ferociously. He then yelled. Attack, kill the man, leave the woman alive. Chapter 2948. Kill. Following the order of the demon guard general, over 100 demon generals stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Their attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. In their eyes, only Lu Ming was a threat. Wu Zifeng and the others were nothing to be afraid of. You asked for it. Lu Ming said calmly. 10 god flames burned fiercely in his dantian. 10 different kinds of god force gathered together and surged toward Lu Ming's arm. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming threw a few punches, firing several 9-clawed dragons. A total of 6 9-clawed dragons stomped their claws and nullified the attacks of the demon generals. They continued to lunge at the demon generals with their enormous claws. Ah, crap! Back off! No! Over 100 demon generals screamed in terror. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. Regardless of whether it was a 1st-layer heaven god, a 2nd-layer heaven god, or a 3rd-layer heaven god, they all exploded into pieces with their souls destroyed. A single move had eliminated over 100 demon generals. Slash slash slash. Sounds of gasps could be heard from all around. They did not expect Lu Ming's strength to be so outstanding. Damn it, set up the demon generals formation. The demon generals were astounded. They let out a roar and gathered the demon generals to set up the formation to deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming would not give them the chance to do so. Sky-piercing. A cold voice could be heard as a brilliant spear glow was fired at the demon general's formation. With this move, Lu Ming had triggered the double combat ability of the Battle Character Sutra. The demon general's formation stood no chance against the attack. His forehead was penetrated by the spear glow as his body fell to the ground. The general is dead. As soon as the demon general's formation died, the demon general's formation panicked and fled for their lives like ants on a hot pan. Hold your ground. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard from the sky. A powerful aura spread across the place like a mountain. How dare you cause trouble in my demon general's city? Die. Another furious roar could be heard in the sky. Following it, a figure charged at Lu Ming. Before the person arrived, a pitch-black palm was already aiming at Lu Ming. 8th layer heaven god realm. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming could sense his cultivation level. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged upward. A ray of spear gleam soared into the sky. It was as big as a mountain and pierced toward the palm print. Bang! The spear aura and the palm print collided with each other, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The sky shook violently, and the energy overflowed in all directions. Following this, the spear glow and pom-pom strike. In the next moment, a purple-robed middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He was skinny, but his aura was like a mountain. City Lord, it's the City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Seeing the purple-robed middle-aged man, the demon guard calmed down and bowed. Formation. The purple-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke calmly. His voice was filled with authority. Immediately, thousands of demon generals and demon guards flashed and set up a large formation, waiting for the attack. The purple-robed middle-aged man stared coldly at Lu Ming. It has been a long time since someone dared to kill my demon generals in my demon general's city. You will pay a heavy price for this. The city lord of Jiangma City said coldly. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them? Lu Ming said. I don't need to know why you killed them. I only need to know that you've killed the people of Jiangma City. That's enough. The Jiangma City's city lord's voice became even colder. As soon as he finished the sentence, he charged at Lu Ming. His 8th layer Heaven God Realm cultivation was fully unleashed. A terrifying force crushed down on Lu Ming like a landslide. Umph. Lu Ming coldly snorted. The other party had attacked Lu Ming without any reason, which had also angered Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle secret art's tripled combat strength. Buzz. The spear shuddered violently. A huge spear glow swept across the rift. Bang. Bang. The giant spear glow and the pitch-black palm seal clashed continuously. The two had exchanged more than 10 blows within the blink of an eye. Break moon slashing. Lu Ming groaned. He held the spear with both hands and slashed forward. A giant crescent-shaped spear glow was fired forward. Bang. Bang. It shattered the palm seal that the city lord of Jiangma City had executed. The city lord of Jiangma City was startled. He was knocked back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize his figure. His face was slightly pale. He's that strong? The crowd and the demon generals were astounded. Lu Ming was only a 3rd layer Heaven God Realm cultivator. Yet his strength was so outstanding that he was able to knock the city lord of Jiangma City back. Could he be a peerless genius from the outside world? The city lord of Jiangma City was astounded too. Apart from a peerless genius from the outside world, no one else would possess such outstanding strength. Humph, so what if he's a peerless genius from the outside world? He has to pay the price for killing my demon generals. The city lord of Jiangma City's eyes turned cold. Kid, you're quite capable, but if that's all you've got, you're still going to die. Demon soul curse. The city lord of Jiangma City yelled. Runes suddenly appeared on his body. The runes formed a curse similar to the nether dragon blood curse that Lu Ming was inflicted with. However, the curse covered the city lord of Jiangma City's body like demons. The city lord of Jiangma City wore a painful expression. However, his aura skyrocketed. He had reached the 9th layer Heaven God Realm. Kid die. The city lord of Jiangma City let out a furious roar and charged at Lu Ming. His claws turned into demon claws that were sharper than god weapons as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Space breaking, space breaking. Lu Ming executed the first form of the 3 destructive strikes, the space breaking. Wisps of spear glows were emitted from Lu Ming's hand. They filled the rift as they charged at the city lord of Jiangma City. The two exchanged blows once again. This time, they were on par with one another. The two continued to exchange blows in the air. Neither of them was able to defeat the other after exchanging a few dozen blows. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he did not utilize the ancient god flesh, he could still fight a 9th layer Heaven God Realm expert by activating the battle seal. This kid, how is his strength so strong? The city lord of Jiangma City was astounded. Meanwhile, a young man in a purple robe appeared not far away. Young city lord. Many Jiangma guards greeted the young man when they saw him. The young man was the young city lord of Jiangma City, Yinji. Yinji fixed his gaze at Lu Ming. A third-layer heaven god realm expert with such outstanding strength. Yanji murmured with strong jealousy in his eyes. However, the jealousy soon disappeared as he shifted his gaze. He fell into deep thought. Father, stop. Yanji transmitted his voice to the city lord of Jiangma City. Stop. The city lord of Jiangma City was confused. That's right, stop and reconcile with the man. His talent is outstanding. Perhaps we can use him to help us reclaim the spiritual liquid lake. Yanji continued to transmit his voice. Chapter 2949. Spiritual liquid lake? Not bad, not bad. The city lord of Jiangma City's eyes lit up. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, he quickly retreated. Wait, stop fighting. The city lord of Jiangma City shouted. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Initially, he wanted to activate the battle symbol art to increase his combat strength by 4 times to kill the city lord of Jiangma City. However, the city lord of Jiangma City suddenly stopped. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and stopped attacking. Little brother, with your strength, you must be a peerless genius from the outside world. I believe that you wouldn't kill people for no reason. What happened just now? The city lord of Jiangma City asked. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. He thought that the city lord of Jiangma City was afraid of him after witnessing his strength. However, Lu Ming did not want to fight with the city lord of Jiangma City, nor did he want to make a big deal out of it. He came to the demon capital mountain to investigate the Dark Ice tribe and the theft of the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion. If the matter was blown out of proportion, it would be detrimental to his investigation. What happened? Hee, your men are really overbearing. Lu Ming immediately told the city lord of Jiangma City what had happened. After listening to the story, the city lord of Jiangma City's face was filled with anger. He shouted coldly, I see. How dare you arrest people without knowing the truth? You deserve to die. Then, he looked at the other Jiangma demon guards and said, What do I usually tell you? You must have evidence. Do you understand? Today, those who have fallen will be your lesson. Yes. Many of the Jiangma demon guards nodded. However, they felt strange. The city lord did not usually tell them to do that. Of course, they did not dare to question the city lord's words. Little brother, it seems like this is a misunderstanding. I was rash before and attacked you without knowing the reason. I am sorry. Fortunately, you are strong. Otherwise, I would have committed a sin. The city lord of Jiangma City said with a smile. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could he not see through the city lord of Jiangma City's pretentious act? Then, how should we settle this? Lu Ming asked. Write it off, of course I'll write it off. The city lord of Jiangma City said. I'm Yanji, the young city lord of Jiangma City. How should I address you? At this time, Yanji flew over and greeted Lu Ming with cupped fists. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and said, Lu Ming. So it's brother Lu. Lu Ming should be from the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion, right? Only the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion can produce a genius like brother Lu, Yanji said politely. More or less. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't deny it. Brother Lu is indeed the heaven's pride of the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion. I like to make friends with brother Lu the most in my life. Meeting someone like you today is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Brother Lu, would you do me the honor and have a drink with me? Yanji said. Of course. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he nodded in agreement. As the city lord of one of the 36 cities in the Devil Capital Mountain, he had a lot of authority in the Devil Capital Mountain. Perhaps it would be helpful for Lu Ming to investigate the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming indeed needed to integrate himself into the Devil Capital Mountain in order to investigate the Dark Ice tribe. In this aspect, he needed the other party's help. Moreover, Lu Ming was skilled and bold. He wasn't afraid of the other party's tricks. Please. The city lord of Jiangma City waved his hand. Soon after, a banquet was prepared in one of the city lord mansion's main halls. Lu Ming, Qiu Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were all present, accompanied by the city lord of Jiangma City and Yanji. Brother Lu, you came to the Devil Capital Mountain for the Devil Capital War, right? After drinking 2 cups, Yanji's gaze shifted as he asked with a smile. The Devil Capital War? Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng, and the others were puzzled. Brother Lu, you don't know about the Devil Capital War? Yanji was a little surprised. I don't know, it's my first time hearing about it. Lu Ming shook his head. Not for the Devil Capital War? Then Brother Lu is here for the Devil Night Spring? Yanji guessed again. That's right, I'm indeed here for the Devil Night Spring. Lu Ming's heart moved, but this time he didn't deny it. It's not easy to get the Devil Night Spring. You have to enter the Devil Capital to have a chance to buy it. Brother Lu, do you have a way to enter the Devil Capital? Yanji asked tentatively. I don't have a way yet. I wonder if Brother Yan has a way to help me enter the Devil Capital? Lu Ming asked. Yanji's eyes flashed with joy. There is a way, but the number of people we can recommend to enter the Devil Capital is very limited. At this point, Yanji stopped. Here it comes. Lu Ming's heart moved. How could he not understand Yanji's tone? Lu Ming was about to raise a condition. Brother Yan, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming said. Very well. Coincidentally, I have something that I would like to ask Brother Lu for help with. If Brother Lu is able to help me, I will think of a way to allow the four of you to enter Demon City. Even obtaining the demonic night spring would not be impossible. Yanji said. Please say it. Lu Ming said. Recently, our Jiangma City and the nearby demonic ape city will have a duel. The younger generation will participate in the duel to compete for a mystical land. Each side will send out 3 people, and the mystical land will belong to the side that wins. I would like to invite Brother Lu to represent Jiangma City in the duel. Yanji finally revealed his purpose. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He already knew that Yanji had a condition. Otherwise, how could Yanji forget about killing so many people of the Devil Ape City? Okay, I agree. When? Lu Ming nodded. It was just a battle between the younger generation of the Devil Capital Mountain, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. It wasn't difficult for him, it was just a piece of cake. Tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Lu. Yanji raised his cup. The city lord of the Devil Capital sat at the side, and slowly drank his wine without saying a word. After 3 rounds of wine, the feast finally came to an end. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the Devil Capital for the time being. The next day, Brother Lu Ming, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, it's not good for your friends to follow you. Why don't they stay in the Devil Capital for the time being? The city lord of the Devil Capital said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was just a few battles that would soon come to an end. It wouldn't hurt to let Qiu Yu and the others stay here for the time being. Following this, Lu Ming, Yanji, and another young man from the Devil Capital left the Devil Capital and headed to the Devil Ape City. The Devil Ape City was one of the 36 citadels of the Devil Capital Mountain. Devil Capital Mountain. Devil Capital City ruled over the Devil Capital Mountain. On the other hand, the 36 citadels fought among themselves. The Devil Capital City turned a blind eye to it. The Devil General City and the Devil Ape City fought fiercely against each other. In recent years, the two sides fought endlessly for a spiritual land and a spiritual liquid lake. Battles broke out from time to time. Chapter 2950. As such, the Demon General City and the Demon Ape City had set a rule. Every once in a while, they would send out 3 young geniuses to compete against each other. The winner would be granted the right to use the spiritual liquid lake. This time, it was time for the 2 sides to compete again. When Yanji saw Lu Ming's shocking strength, he decided to ask for Lu Ming's help. Thus he stopped the city lord of the Demon General City. Not long after, a huge city appeared before them. The city gate was shut tight. It was crowded with people. The city lord of the Demon Ape City was standing on top of the gate, and the son of the city lord of the Demon Ape City, who was Yanji's nemesis. Yuan Shan, we're here. Where's the person you're sending out? Yanji yelled while staring at a bulky young man. The young man had extremely long arms that reached his knees. He was the young master of the Demon Ape City, Yuan Shan. You're in such a rush. If you're so eager to lose, I'll grant you your wish. Yuan Shan chuckled and stepped forward. Following Yuan Shan were 2 other young men, a man and a woman. The man was rather ordinary. However, the woman was rather beautiful. On her arm, There was a brightly colored poisonous snake coiling around it. Yanji's eyes immediately focused on the woman with the snake coiling around her arm. His eyes glittered as he said, "I've never seen this beautiful lady before. Yuan Shan, is she someone you've invited from outside? Don't you have someone I've never seen before on your side too? Did you invite someone from outside too?" Yuan Shan's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming. Yanji's expression darkened. He glanced at the woman with the snake coiling around her arm doubtfully. They were familiar with the local geniuses of the Demon General Mountain, but they were not as confident as the geniuses from outside. Even though Lu Ming's strength was outstanding, his cultivation was only in the third-layer Heaven God realm. Yanji was unsure of the woman's cultivation. "Come, Yanji, make your move. I still have to go back and drink with Miss Lian," Yuan Shan yelled. His eyes flickered passionately as he glanced at the woman with the snake coiling around her arm. "We might not be the ones to lose. Lu Han, you go first," Yanji instructed. "Yes." The young man beside Yanji stepped forward. "You go and deal with him." Yuan Shan pointed at a young man beside him. The young man stepped forward and stood opposite Lu Han. "It's still the same old rules. The final victor will be the victor," Yuan Shan said. Yanji nodded. Boom. The two youths on the field were engaged in an intense battle. Fourth level of the Celestial God Realm, controlling holy divine power. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Lu Ming was indeed surprised that a genius chosen from the two acropolises under the demon capital mountain had such a cultivation base. In the Qin Tian star field, such a person could already be considered a holy son. It's said that Qin Tian star area is at the edge of the Taishu dynasty. Its cultivation level is very low. Even the Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion doesn't care about it. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming pondered. Although Chu Tian star area was close to Qin Tian star area, its cultivation level was far above Qin Tian star area. The Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion had an army stationed here and sent people to manage it. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation level, Chu Tian star area was far above Qin Tian star area. Naturally, there were more geniuses here. The two of them had similar cultivation and battle strength. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them suffered heavy injuries and retreated while vomiting blood. The first round ended in a draw. "Yanji, it's our turn." Yuan Shan took a step forward, causing the void to rumble. "This time, I will definitely defeat you." Yanji's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He and Yuan Shan had been fighting since they were young. However, he was always slightly weaker than Yuan Shan. This had always been his sore point. "Defeat me? Ha ha ha, Yanji, let me tell you, you'll never be my match." Yuan Shan laughed and waved his long arms. A huge fist was thrown at Yanji, causing a dull explosion in the air. Yanji countered with a punch. The two knew each other's moves very well. As such, they were evenly matched at the beginning. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Their cultivation was in the fifth layer Heaven God realm. Ape Emperor transformation. After a while, Yuan Shan let out a furious roar. His body began to swell as long hair grew on his skin. He had turned into a giant ape over 50 meters tall. "You've mastered the Ape Emperor transformation." Yanji yelled in astonishment. "Haha, I told you you'll never be my match." Yuan Shan burst out laughing as he stomped his foot on the ground. Each step would shatter the ground and send rocks flying in all directions. Bang! Yuan Shan's fist, which was like a small hill, smashed down towards Yanji. Yanji let out a roar. His body emitted a pitch-black god force that turned into a few demonic sabers slashing at Yuan Shan. However, when Yuan Shan's fist landed on the demonic sabers, the sabers vibrated vigorously and exploded. "You'll lose, you'll lose." Yuan Shan let out a roar while throwing punches at Yuan Shan. Yanji went all out too, slashing the demonic sabers wildly. In just an instant he had executed a few hundred slashes. However, Yanji was still no match for Yuan Shan. The demonic sabers continued to shatter, unable to resist Yuan Shan's attacks. Bang! In the end, Yuan Shan landed a punch on Yanji. Yanji let out a cry of agony as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He slammed heavily onto the ground and vomited mouthfuls of blood. "Yanji, I told you you're no match for me." Yuan Shan burst out laughing in an extremely smug manner. Yanji wore an unpleasant expression. This time, he had lost even more decisively than before. The gap between him and Yuan Shan had widened once again. Now he could only wait and see Lu Ming's performance. Kid, come show me the strength of an outsider. Yuan Shan glanced at Lu Ming. Make your move. Once I make my move, you won't have the chance to make your move anymore. Lu Ming said calmly. Even though Yuan Shan was quite strong, he was not too worried about him. Arrogant. Yuan Shan roared. He stomped his feet and pounced on Lu Ming like a small mountain. His huge fists blasted out consecutively. The violent fist force pressed down on Lu Ming. Even though Yuan Shan said that Lu Ming was arrogant, he went all out when he made his move. He did not dare to be careless against an outsider. Whoosh. Lu Ming executed the Garuda technique. His body flickered a few times and he evaded Yuan Shan's attack. However, Yuan Shan's body was also extremely fast. He twisted his body and charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming dodged again. If you're so capable, don't run. Fight me head-on. Yuan Shan roared. I'm giving you a chance to perform. Once I make my move, you won't stand a chance. Since you're so impatient, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Chapter 2951. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then he took a step forward and his fist shone with the radiance of divine power. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. A 9-clawed dragon flew out from Lu Ming's palm and pounced on Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan's pupils shrank rapidly. He roared and threw out his fists like a storm. In an instant he threw out hundreds of punches. However, the dragon claw of the 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol crushed all of his fists. Puff! A dragon claw slammed into Yuan Shan's body, causing him to scream miserably. His 50-meter-tall ape body was sent flying and smashed into the walls of Demon Ape City, causing the walls to rumble and shake. Yuan Shan's body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was right. Once he attacked, Yuan Shan had no chance to attack. Humph! On the city walls, the Demon Ape City's city lord snorted coldly. Miss Lian, it's up to you now. Yuan Shan stabilized his injuries and looked at the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. The woman with the snake coiled around her arm smiled and took a step forward. She came before Lu Ming and said, Young master, you have a good cultivation. May I know which family you're from? Why should I tell you which family I'm from? Don't try to get close to me. Attack. Lu Ming curled his lips. The woman's face darkened. With her looks, most men wouldn't reject her initiative to get close to a man. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so boring. Hee, although your cultivation is good, it's nothing in front of me. Go kill him. The woman's face turned cold. She waved her arm and the small snake coiled around her arm pounced at Lu Ming. Its speed was as fast as lightning. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he thrust it at the small snake. However, the small snake was very agile. It twisted its body and dodged Lu Ming's long spear. It continued to pounce at Lu Ming. Hiss! In the process of pouncing, the little snake opened its mouth and spat out a thick green mist. Instantly, the space was filled with a disgusting smell. Poison. Deadly poison. Lu Ming's expression changed. The poison in the untainted universe was naturally incomparable to the poison in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. It was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that some poisons could instantly poison all the living beings on an entire life planet to death. Retreat. Seeing this, Yuan Shan and the others were shocked. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Yan Ji and the other young man were startled as they immediately backed off. The thick green poisonous gas spread towards Lu Ming. Break the sky, break the sky. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated, continuously thrusting out. The spear light stirred the air, stirring up the poisonous gas. However, the venomous snake was extremely agile. It kept flashing as it approached Lu Ming. Whoosh! Then he spat out a mouthful of venom like an arrow leaving the bow. This venom was formed by liquefied poisonous gas, and its power was even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He waved his hand and divine power surged out, forming a wall of energy. The venom spat on the wall of energy and made a sizzling sound, but it didn't break the wall of energy. Sovereign divine power humph. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm saw Lu Ming's divine power and snorted coldly. She twisted her waist and charged towards Lu Ming personally. A soft whip appeared in her hand, and she waved it like a venomous snake. 6th level heavenly god? As soon as the woman attacked, Lu Ming sensed her strength. Moreover, the divine power that she cultivated was of the divine grade. The soft whip whistled, and its power was terrifying. Moonslaying, Lu Ming muttered. 10 types of divine power gathered and formed a crescent-shaped spear light, slashing towards the soft whip. With a puff, to Lu Ming's surprise, the soft whip was cut in half without any resistance. However, after the soft whip was cut in half, it turned into a thick mist that shrouded Lu Ming. Hee, being shrouded by my god-destroying mist. Just wait for your death. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm said ferociously, filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming frowned. This woman was trying to kill him every time she attacked. Her methods were extremely ruthless. The mist spread and rushed towards Lu Ming as if it had a mind of its own. Lu Ming's heart stirred. 10 types of divine powers covered his entire body, protecting him and keeping the fog outside. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he realized that his divine power couldn't completely block the mist. Wisps of mist seeped into the wall of divine power and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body didn't have much defense against the mist. However, the mist didn't cause any harm to Lu Ming's body. It went straight for Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and rushed towards Lu Ming's soul. Sizzle. Lu Ming's soul made sizzling sounds. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. This mist could actually harm the soul. In the primitive universe, most cultivators mainly cultivated divine power. The divine body was second. Those who cultivated the soul were the least. Most people thought that as long as one's divine power was strong enough, they could destroy everything, including heaven and earth. No matter how strong your soul was, if I destroyed your divine body, your soul would also be destroyed. Then what was the use of cultivating the soul? Therefore, it was Lu Ming's first time encountering a direct attack on the soul in the primitive universe. Boom. Lu Ming controlled his divine power and rushed towards the soul, wanting to destroy the mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The collision between the divine power and the mist produced sizzling sounds. However, the effect wasn't as obvious as Lu Ming had imagined. Still not dead. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm widened her eyes in surprise. An ordinary 3rd-level heavenly god would have their soul obliterated in an instant if they were enveloped by her mist. However, Lu Ming seemed fine. She naturally didn't know that Lu Ming controlled 10 types of divine power. 2 of them were divine-grade divine power. The 10 types of divine power had more or less neutralized a portion of her mist. Therefore, the mist was harmful to Lu Ming, but it wasn't too serious. It just stung a little. Little poisonous mist, let this old lady absorb it. At this time, the voice of the measure formula resounded. The word measure glowed and a strong suction force appeared. The mist was immediately absorbed by the measure formula. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm also sensed the absorption of the mist. Her expression changed and then she shouted. The little snake wrapped around Lu Ming again. It's time to end this. Lu Ming whispered. 9 ice chains suddenly flew out from his body. The 9 ice shackles immediately wrapped around the little snake. As the chill spread, the little snake was immediately frozen into an ice cube. You release little green. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm screamed. Release it. Is that possible? You've been trying to kill me since the beginning. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think I'm easy to bully? Lu Ming sneered. The ice chains shook, and the little snake was directly crushed into powder. Chapter 2952. You killed Little Green. You actually killed Little Green. I want you dead. I want you dead. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm screamed, her eyes bloodshot. She opened her mouth, and from her mouth, mist was constantly spewing out, enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming was enveloped by the mist. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, dragon roars sounded from within the mist. Then 6 9-clawed dragons appeared, each of them 10,000 meters long. They roared towards the sky, their dragon aura filling the air. The 6 nine-clawed dragons pounced, releasing a vast amount of energy. The mist was instantly dispersed, scattering in all directions. The Kuanping's figure flashed, and Lu Ming appeared in front of the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was shocked. She quickly retreated, and with a push of her hands, several giant pythons condensed, pouncing towards Lu Ming. However, the 6 nine-clawed dragons pounced, and the giant pythons shattered. Bang! The 9-clawed dragon pounced, and its dragon claw struck the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. The woman screamed, and followed in Yuan Shan's footsteps. She crashed into the city wall, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Who knew how many bones in her body were broken? The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was only at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm. Even if she controlled divine-grade divine power, she was only at the same level as Qin Wuyo. However, her methods were strange, and could directly harm the soul, which was why Lu Ming was delayed. Now that the mist was useless against Lu Ming, the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was naturally unable to withstand a single blow. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the 9-clawed dragon continued to pounce towards the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Lu Ming wouldn't let her go. No, City Lord Ape, save me! The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm screamed in fear. Stop! The City Lord of Ape Demon City shouted, and his body burst out, punching out, and destroyed the 9-clawed dragon, saving the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. 9th level heavenly god? Lu Ming muttered. The Ape Devil City's City Lord's cultivation was 1 level higher than the Jiangma City's City Lord's. However, Lu Ming was fearless and faced him from afar. Governor Yuan, are you trying to break the rules? Yanji roared. According to the rules, the older generation couldn't interfere. Otherwise, the Devil General City's City Lord could go to Devil Capital City to impeach the Devil Ape City's City Lord, and make him suffer the consequences. Who said that I'm going to break the rules? It's just that the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Why should I kill him? The Demon Ape City Lord said coldly. Lu Ming sneered, but he did not continue to attack. He was not afraid of the City Lord of Ape Demon City. However, if he were to fight with the City Lord of Ape Demon City, he might expose some of his trump cards. Lu Ming felt that it was better to keep some trump cards hidden in Moda City. Mayor Yuan, we've won this battle. The spiritual liquid lake belongs to us. Yinji shouted. The Ape Devil City's City Lord's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect Jiangma City to have invited such a powerful genius. Even the woman with a snake wrapped around her arm was no match for him. Take it. The Ape Devil City's City Lord waved his hand, and a token flew towards Yanji. Yanji caught it in his hand. Looking at the token in his hand, Yanji was overjoyed. With this token, the spiritual liquid lake would belong to the Jiangmo City. In the future, the strength of the Jiangmo City would definitely increase. Let's go. The Ape Devil City's City Lord snorted and turned to walk into the city. The others also turned and left. Kid, you killed Xiaolu. I'll remember this debt. The woman with a snake wrapped around her arm glanced coldly at Lu Ming and flew into the city. Brother Lu, it's all thanks to you this time. Yanji came to Lu Ming and thanked Lu Ming. It's okay. You just have to help me enter Emodu City. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's for sure. Let's go back. Yanji said. The three of them immediately headed towards Jiangma City. Not long after, in the main hall of Jiangma City. Hahaha, great. The Jiangma City's City Lord looked at the token in his hand and laughed heartily. He had been competing with Ape Devil City for many years, and had been suppressed for many years. Now that he had finally won, he was naturally happy. City Lord Yan, where are my friends? Lu Ming asked. The City Lord of Jiangma City wore a smile upon hearing this. Your friends are currently cultivating in seclusion. They will most likely take some time to come out from their seclusion. Brother Lu, you should stay here for a while, haha. Seclusion? Lu Ming's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The City Lord was lying. It wouldn't take much time for him to compete with Ape Devil City. Autumn Moon and the others would never choose to go into seclusion at this time. Moreover, the three of them were going into seclusion together. City Lord Yin, where are my friends? I want to see them. Lu Ming raised his voice. It was obvious that he didn't believe the city lord. Brother Lu, they are really in seclusion. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Bang. A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and filled the hall with a terrifying aura. Yan Ji's face changed, and he immediately backed away behind the city lord of Jiangma City. The city lord of Jiangma City's expression darkened as his expression changed rapidly. Tell me, where are my friends? Don't try to fool me with the excuse that they are in seclusion. Lu Ming's voice was filled with a cold, murderous intent. Zeh. The city lord of Jiangma City suddenly let out a sigh and said, That's right, they are not in seclusion. They are no longer in Jiangma City. Not in Jiangma City? What do you mean? Lu Ming's voice turned colder as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Someone took them away. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Who? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu Ming, it's better if you don't ask. You can't afford to offend them. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Tell me, who is it? Lu Ming yelled. Brother Lu Ming, you'd better leave now. Just treat your friends as dead. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Bang. 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 His words caused Lu Ming's aura to become even more violent, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Tell me. Lu Ming's voice was cold and filled with a cold, murderous intent. His patience had reached its limit. Sigh, since Brother Lu is so stubborn, I will tell you. The city lord of Jiangma City sighed and took a few steps forward. He approached Lu Ming as if he was going to tell Lu Ming something. However, when the city lord of Jiangma City approached Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent as he shouted, Die! Whoosh! A demonic saber was thrust at Lu Ming's forehead. You're courting death. Lu Ming was infuriated. His divine power erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the battle formula was activated, which increased his combat power by 4 times. An ice chain flew out from between his eyebrows and blocked the attack of the city lord of Jiangma City. The city lord of Jiangma City quickly retreated after his attack failed. He brought Yanji far away. Chapter 2953. Do it. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City yelled after retreating far enough with Yanji. Whoosh. 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 As soon as the city lord of the Jiang Demon City finished his words, many figures appeared from all directions. There were more than 3,000 demon generals surrounding the area. Not even a drop of water could trickle through. Furthermore, the positions of the demon generals and guards were all orderly. Over 3,000 demon generals and guards had set up a grand formation. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City was prepared and had no intention of letting Lu Ming go. My friend, where are you? Lu Ming asked again. His killing intent had reached its peak. Hee, I don't mind telling you. Your friends have been taken away by the people of the Demon City. I was the one who informed them to come. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City sneered. Why? Lu Ming suppressed his anger and asked. He needed more information to save Qiu Moon and the others. Why? Haha, let me tell you. The Demon King of the Night has placed a demonic soul curse on every city lord of the Acropolis. This curse has been tormenting me all the time, and only those who have made great contributions can get rid of this curse. Do you understand? Your friends are very talented. If you give them to the Demon City, they will be the best materials to become demon slaves. Ha ha ha. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City laughed maniacally. Lu Ming understood that the city lord of the Jiang Demon City had given Qiu Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong to the Demon City to get rid of the demonic soul curse. I helped you get the spiritual liquid lake back, and this is how you repay me? Lu Ming said coldly. It's every man for himself. I can be freed by sacrificing you. What's wrong with that? As long as I take you down and give you to the Demon King, he will definitely get rid of the demonic soul curse. Ha ha ha. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City laughed. His face was full of anticipation, as if he could already see the moment when the demonic soul curse was removed. You deserve to die, Lu Ming said coldly, his voice incomparably cold. At this moment, his desire to kill the city lord of Jiangma City had reached its peak. He truly did not expect the Jiangma City's city master to be so despicable. No wonder he suggested that Qiu Autumn Moon and the rest stay here. It turned out that he had already planned everything. He didn't even want to let Lu Ming off. Lu Ming, you do have some strength, but I've already made preparations. I've laid down the demon guard formation and gathered the strength of 3,600 demon guards. It's more than enough to suppress you. Attack. The city lord of Jiangma City roared. Kill. Kill. A total of 3,600 demon guards roared, and their godly energy converged in a strange way, forming a giant hand that slammed down on Lu Ming, wanting to suppress Lu Ming. The power of the palm was at least at the 9th layer heavenly god realm. Boom. Lu Ming rushed up, activating the battle character's secret art to quadruple his battle prowess. A spear light pierced through the air and collided with the giant palm. The palm shuddered violently before it shattered into pieces. However, it was only the first wave of attacks from the enemy. Following it, more palm strikes were formed, suppressing Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming kept executing the sky-breaking move. Wisps of spear glows soared into the sky, shattering the palm strikes. The two sides were in a stalemate. That strong. The city lord of Jiangma City wore an astounded look. The power of the demon guard formation was enough to suppress an ordinary 9th layer heavenly god realm cultivator, but Lu Ming was still standing. He was utterly shocked by Qin Nan's strength. Activate the second wave of attacks from the demon guard formation. The city lord of Jiangma City yelled. The 3,600 demon guards immediately began to move. They gathered the godly qi of the heavens and earth in a strange pattern, increasing the power of the formation. Lu Ming immediately lost his footing. His spear glows were suppressed. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you will still be suppressed by me. The city lord of Jiangma City burst out laughing in excitement. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more attention he would receive after he was presented to the demon emperor of the night. Thus it would be easier for him to get rid of the demon soul curse. Bang. Bang. The city lord of Jiangma City stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Runes appeared on his body, forming runes that formed runes. They were the demon soul curse. Even though the demon soul curse was constantly tormenting him, it could temporarily improve his strength once he used it. As he executed the demon soul curse, the curses began to roar like demons. The city lord of Jiangma City's strength had risen to the 9th layer heavenly god realm. Bang. He cooperated with the demon guard formation and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You will all die. A cold voice burst out from Lu Ming's mouth. He had not revealed all his trump cards since he came to the demon capital mountain, as he was planning to use them at the crucial moment. However, he had no choice but to use them now. Roar. A roar burst out from Lu Ming's mouth. It was the roar of an ancient god. Lu Ming's body rapidly grew, turning into a blue-armored ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. The main hall of the city lord mansion crumbled under Lu Ming's enormous body, sending debris flying everywhere. What's that? The 100-meter-tall ancient god stood in the sky above the city lord mansion. It was hard not to attract attention. Many people in Jiangma City looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bang. After turning into a young ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed, and he swept out with his giant spear. Bang. 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 The attacks coming at Lu Ming from all directions exploded and turned into rolling waves of energy that were swept back by Lu Ming's spear. Immediately, at least several hundred demon generals screamed miserably as their bodies exploded, dying on the spot. The city lord of Jiangma City grunted as he was swept by the spear. He was knocked back and vomited blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Looking at the 100-meter-tall ancient god, the city lord of Jiangma City screamed in horror. Lu Ming still has such a trump card. He is so powerful. Is he still human? Kill. 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 Lu Ming roared as he used the moon-slashing move. The long spear swept out, and the crescent-shaped spear radiance covered half of the area. Puff. Puff. The demon guard formation could not withstand a single blow and was broken. In this direction, at least 1,000 devil generals died under the spear lights without even having the chance to scream. Monster, monster. The city lord of Jiangma City trembled violently, and his face was filled with horror. Yanji was in an even worse state. He broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Ming, who was like a god of war, and almost wet himself. Let's go, let's go. The city lord of Jiangma City came to his senses, and tried to escape with Yan Ji. However, Lu Ming would not let him escape. Stay here. Lu Ming roared as his long spear pressed down like a mountain towards the city lord of Jiangma City. Rumble. The spear radiance was thousands of miles long. As it pressed down, the city lord mansion exploded and was razed to the ground. Chapter 2954. Block it, block it. The city lord of the Jiangma City yelled. The demonic soul curse on his body burned fiercely like flames as he unleashed his full strength. At that moment, the city lord of the Jiangma City had unleashed his full strength, surpassing the strength of an ordinary ninth-layer heaven god. He swung his hands forward, forming two giant palms that slammed forward in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's combat strength had grown tremendously after transforming into the ancient god body. How could the city lord possibly resist it? Bang! The spear glow struck the palms heavily. The palms only managed to resist it for a brief moment before they shattered into pieces and dissipated into energy. The giant spear glow struck the city lord of the Jiangma City heavily. The city lord of the Jiangma City cried out in agony as the ground cracked open, leaving a giant trail of spear marks on the ground. The city lord of the Jiangma City was embedded in the ground like a pile of mud. Almost all of his bones were broken. His body had almost exploded as blood spurted out from his mouth. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. As for Yan Ji, he had already turned into a pile of flesh after being struck by the spear glow. He was deader than dead. Run, run quickly. Quick. When the remaining demon generals saw this scene, they screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Die, all of you! Lu Ming yelled with a strong murderous intent. He executed the Nine Heavens Kuimping technique and chased after the demonic generals while lashing out with his spear. The demonic generals were unable to resist Lu Ming's attacks after the formation was broken. They exploded one after another. Spare us, spare us! Many demonic generals begged for mercy. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold and merciless as he continued to attack and reap their lives. In just a short while, all 3,600 demonic generals were killed by Lu Ming. None of them were left alive. Following this, Lu Ming's figure flashed and landed beside the city lord of the Jiangma City. Don't kill me, don't kill me! The city lord of the Jiangma City yelled. At that moment, there was no hatred in his heart, only fear. Tell me, how can I save my friends? Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. I don't know. They were taken to Demon City. I don't know where they will be taken to. The city lord of Jiangma City shouted. Then die. Lu Ming said coldly. Wait, wait, don't you want to enter Demon City? Also, if you want to save your friend, you'll have to enter Demon Capital City. I have a token here that will allow you to enter Demon Capital City. As long as you let me go, I'll give you the token. The city lord of Jiangmo City shouted. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hand it over. Lu Ming coldly shouted. No, unless you don't kill me, I will never give it to you. The Jiangma City's city lord shouted. This was his only chance to save his life. How could he say it out loud? Let's see if you'll tell me or not. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand. An array of divine energy rushed into the Jiangma City's city lord's forehead, rushing towards his soul. Ah! The city lord of Jiang Demon City let out a shrill scream. He felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. Are you going to hand it over? Lu Ming asked. No, come on, this little bit of torture is nothing compared to the torture of the demon soul curse seal. If you don't let me go, don't even think about getting the token. The city lord of Jiang Demon City shouted. He had been tortured by the demon soul curse seal for many years, and his endurance was amazing. This kind of method was ineffective against him. Hee, do you think I can't get it if you don't hand it over? Your token must be hidden in your storage ring, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The city lord of Jiang Demon City's face turned pale. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. No. The city lord of Jiang Demon City shouted, but it was too late. Pui. A ray of spear light pierced through the city lord's forehead, killing him completely. Then Lu Ming took off the city lord's storage ring and searched it. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and 9 different tokens appeared in the air. What kind of token is the token to enter the demon city? Lu Ming frowned. Just ask someone and you will know. Lu Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. He grabbed the air and an old man in the distance was dragged over by Lu Ming. Sir, spare me, spare me. The old man screamed and begged for mercy. He was almost scared to death. At this moment he was regretting it. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have come to watch the show. Which token is needed to enter Demon Capital City? Lu Ming pointed at the 9 tokens and asked. So that's the question. The old man let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly pointed at a golden token and said, this one. With this token you can freely enter and exit the demon city. You can even bring 5 people with you. Alright, get lost. Lu Ming swung his hand and threw the old man far away. Then Lu Ming put away the 9 tokens and soared into the sky, leaving Demon General City. After Lu Ming left, Demon General City fell into chaos. The City Lord's mansion was razed to the ground, and the City Lord and several thousand Demon General guards were killed. This was a huge matter. One could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. Ape Devil City. The Ape Devil City's City Lord was shocked when he heard the news. Who destroyed Demon General City? The Demon Ape City's City Lord asked with fear on his face. Since the other party could destroy Demon General City, they could also destroy him. This made him tremble with fear. However, the answer he got was that he didn't know. No one knew who had annihilated the Demon General City. All the Demon General guards who had seen Lu Ming had been killed. The other onlookers only saw Lu Ming's ancient god appearance and didn't see Lu Ming's true body. Therefore, rumors started to spread. Some said that Demon General City's City Lord had offended an ancient god and was exterminated by the ancient god. The more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they became. The Demon Ape City's City Lord spent a few days in fear and anxiety. When he found that everything was fine, he let out a long sigh of relief. After Lu Ming left Demon General City, he returned to his normal form and found a secluded place to rest for a few days. Then he headed in the direction of Demon Capital City. Demon Capital City was located at the center of Demon Capital Mountain and was surrounded by 36 citadels. It was a grand and majestic city. Demon Capital City had a total of 4 city gates, 1 each in the north, south, east and west. All of them were heavily guarded. Unless one was a citizen of Demon Capital City or had a recommendation token, no one could enter. Lu Ming arrived at the west gate and stepped in. Stop! A team of burly men in iron armor stood in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Token! One of the burly men who looked like a captain was even more direct. His cold eyes stared at Lu Ming, ready to attack if the situation went wrong. Lu Ming's palm glowed, and a golden token appeared. The other party glanced at the golden token, and his expression eased a little. He nodded and said, "Go in." After saying that, he stepped aside. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked into Demon Capital City. There were huge stone houses built in Demon Capital City. They were hundreds of meters tall and looked magnificent. There weren't many people in Demon Capital City. Almost all of them were subordinates and family members under the command of the Dark Knight Demon King. Chapter 2955. How do I find Autumn Moon and the others? Lu Ming frowned in thought. He found a place to stay and asked around for information. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had no clue after a few days, which made Lu Ming a little anxious. The more time passed, the more dangerous Autumn Moon and the others were. Lu Ming wanted to kill his way to the City Lord's mansion. However, there were many experts in the City Lord's mansion, and there were probably many who were close to the Godly King level. Moreover, there was the Dark Knight Demon King. The gap between a heavenly god and a godly king was huge. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he would probably die if he encountered a godly king. This matter could only be discussed in the long run. However, a few days later, Lu Ming heard a piece of news that made his eyes light up. Soon, the Great Battle of Magic City would be held in Magic City. This was the second time Lu Ming heard the term Great Battle of Magic City. The first time he heard it was when Yanji saw him. At that time, Lu Ming did not pay attention to it, so he did not understand it in detail. This time Lu Ming understood it in detail. The Great Battle of Magic City was a competition for the younger generation of Magic City Mountain. and it was personally held by the Dark Knight Demon King. In the past, it was a method for the Dark Knight Demon King to select talents. However, the Great Battle of Magic City this time was different. This time, it was because the Dark Knight Demon King had a daughter who had peerless talent. She was young, but her combat strength was shocking, and she was also a beauty. Therefore, the Dark Knight Demon King spread the news that the Great Battle of Magic City, this time would be open to the public. The geniuses outside of Magic City Mountain could also participate. As long as they were in the top 10, they would be rewarded with a caddy of demonic night spring. This was a great temptation. That was because the demonic night spring had a great nourishing effect on the soul of a cultivator. After using it for a long time, the soul would become stronger and more condensed, and the spiritual consciousness would also become stronger. However, the production of the demonic night spring was very low. On average, it would only produce a caddy of it every 100 years. The supply could not meet the demand. The reward of a caddy of demonic night spring after entering the top 10 was a great temptation. Not only were the geniuses of Magic City Mountain rubbing their palms, but even the geniuses outside of Magic City Mountain rushed over after hearing the news. No wonder I met that woman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the woman with a snake coiled around her arm that the Demon Ape City had invited. It was very likely that she was also here for the battle in Demonic City. In addition, the top 10 geniuses could join the Demon Capital City as long as they were willing to. Their status would be second only to the Demon King of the Night, second only to the Demon King of the Night. In addition, the person who defeated the Dark Knight Devil King's daughter and obtained first place would not only be able to obtain 5 kilograms of demonic night spring water, but also obtain the opportunity to date the Dark Knight Devil King's daughter. The Demon King wants to expand his power. Some people discussed in private, recruiting foreign geniuses, conferring the title of Demon Monarch, and even choosing the most elite geniuses to date his daughter. This was clearly an attempt to expand their influence and increase the strength of the Demon Capital Mountain. First place is mine, Lu Ming muttered. He wasn't interested in the 5 kilograms of demonic night spring, nor was he interested in the Night Devil King's daughter's beauty. He just wanted a chance to get close to the Night Devil King's daughter. As long as he could get close to the daughter of the Night Demon King, he would have a chance to find out where Autumn Moon and the others were being held. Therefore, he had to get first place in the Battle of Demon Capital. The Battle of Demon Capital would take place half a month later. In the following period, the Demon Capital City became lively. That was because the city was now open to the outside world. As long as the prodigies displayed enough strength, they would be able to enter the Demon City without needing a token. Therefore, during this period of time, some young figures could be seen on the streets of the Demon Capital City from time to time. There were both men and women with imposing appearances. At first glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and frowned. He saw a familiar person. It was the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Beside the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was a young man. This person was burly and his hair was tied up in small braids. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a snake wrapped around each of his arms. One of the snakes was as red as blood, while the other was as white as snow. The 2 large snakes flicked their tongues and stared coldly at Lu Ming. "Junior sister, is this the kid who killed your Lil Green?" The young man with the braids asked loudly as he looked at Lu Ming ferociously. "Yes, senior brother. It's him. I want him to pay with his life." The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm looked at Lu Ming with deep hatred. "He's dead meat." The man with the braids smiled ferociously and strode toward Lu Ming with a powerful aura emanating from his body. "Kid, the one who killed you is Wu Shui." Wu Shui shouted and pressed down on Lu Ming with his palm. His palm expanded rapidly and his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 giant pythons that attacked Lu Ming. The powerful pressure spread in all directions, causing many people to retreat. 8th level Heavenly God Realm, Divine Grade Divine Power. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming felt his strength. Such strength was shocking. He was definitely a top genius from the 9 Heavens Heavenly King Palace. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and quadrupled his combat strength. The 10 types of divine force in his body roared wildly as he threw out a punch. Roar! A 9-clawed divine dragon flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It pounced towards the other party and collided with the other party's palm. Break! Wu Shui hollered and exerted force. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma characteristic dissipated. His body shook violently and he retreated continuously. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating for more than 10 steps. An 8th-level heavenly god realm divine sun was too powerful. For example, during the competition between the 9 heavenly king palace and the Qin Tian star field, the other party had sent out an 8th-level heavenly god realm divine sun. Although Lu Ming had defeated him, that was after he had transformed into his ancient god body. Without transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming was still no match for him. Therefore, it was normal for him to be pushed back by Wu Shui. Not bad to be able to survive my attack, but you still won't be able to escape death. Wu Shui let out a hideous grin as his murderous intent intensified. He was about to attack Lu Ming again. Stop it! At that instant, a loud roar was heard. Following it, a group of figures in metal armor flew over and surrounded the place. You two, fighting is not allowed in the demonic city. Please give us some face. If there's a conflict between us, let's fight outside the demonic city. One of the bulky men stepped forward and brought his fists together at Lu Ming and Wu Shui. Humph! Wu Shui harumphed and withdrew his aura. In the demonic city, he had no choice but to give the demon of the night some face. Besides, he had another purpose in coming here. It was not the right time to alert the enemy. Since the demonic city guard has spoken, I'll let this kid go for now, Wu Shui said with a cold smile. Chapter 2956. Wu Shui sneered and looked at Lu Ming. Kid, consider yourself lucky. You're also here to participate in the Great Battle of Magic City, right? Very well, I hope you don't meet me in the Great Battle of Magic City. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Junior sister, let's go. After saying that, Wu Shui and the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm left. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lucky? Who's the lucky one here? Lu Ming turned around and left as well. Nothing much happened in the next few days. Instead, the number of foreign sky prides in Magic City increased. Many of these foreign sky prides had grudges with each other in the past, so it was inevitable that they would clash when they met. Therefore, during this period, the Magic City guards stepped up their patrols. Meanwhile, Lu Ming still did not have any clues about Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong. He was in a bad mood. Finally, it was time for the Great Battle of Magic City. On this day, outside the city governor's mansion of Magic City, there was a huge crowd in a huge open space. Many people in Magic City had come to watch. The open space was surrounded by armored Magic City guards. The city governor has arrived. A shout was heard, and then a group of people flew out. The leader was a burly man in a black magic robe. This person had an extraordinary aura, and there was a faint kingly aura around him. At first glance, one could tell that he was a divine king. This person was the city governor of Magic City, the Dark Knight Demon King. Next to the Dark Knight Demon King was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a great figure, and her long, slender legs were white and smooth. They were alluring. Her curves were perfect, and her breasts looked like they were about to burst. Her face was also beautiful. What a beautiful woman! What a seductive woman! Is this woman the Dark Knight Demon King's daughter? Many men's eyes burned when they saw this woman, and certain parts of their bodies reacted. I heard that in this great battle of Magic City, as long as you defeat the Dark Knight Demon King's daughter and get first place, you can date her and even have a chance to become the Dark Knight Demon King's son-in-law. How can I miss such a beauty? First place is mine. First place is mine. In the crowd, many of the geniuses from other places had fiery eyes. They rubbed their fists and palms together, wanting to take first place. Everyone quiet down. The Dark Knight Demon King stood in the air. With a wave of his hand, everyone quieted down. I am Dark Knight Sky. Dark Knight Demon King introduced himself. Dark Knight Sky was his name. This is my woman, Dark Knight Rose. The Dark Knight Demon King pointed at the enchanting woman beside him and introduced. Everyone nodded. This alluring woman was indeed the daughter of the Night Devil King. I believe that everyone has already heard about the rules of the Great Battle of Shanghai. However, I would like to re-announce them now. This battle will be divided into 32 fighting stages. At this point, the Night Devil King waved his hand and 32 balls of light flew out from his sleeves. After flying out, they expanded rapidly and turned into 32 huge battle stages, floating in the air. 32 battle stages. You can enter any one of them. Once you get on the battle stage, you can kill each other. The last one to remain on the battle stage will be the one to successfully advance. There will be a total of 32 geniuses who will advance. The Night Demon King announced. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This rule was simple, but it was also extremely cruel. There were 32 battle stages, and there would definitely be a lot of people fighting for each stage. However, only one person would be able to win at the end of each battle stage. The 32 people who advance will fight in pairs. Those who enter the top 10 will be rewarded with 500 grams of demonic night spring. At the same time, they can also join the demon capital mountain and immediately become a demon overlord, second only to me. The first place will be rewarded with 5 grams of demonic night spring and have a chance to date my daughter. The demon of the night briefly explained the rules. Many people's eyes were burning. For many geniuses from other places, becoming a demon overlord of the demon capital mountain wasn't attractive at all. To them, the demonic night spring was attractive. Of course, a beauty like Dark Night Rose was naturally attractive as well. Alright, now let the battle begin. The Night Demon King announced. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, many people rushed out and rushed towards the 32 battle stages. There were people on each battle stage. Get out! This battle stage is mine. You're the one who should get out. Kill. Instantly, every battle stage erupted into an intense battle. Many people were attacking each other. Puff. Ah. Blood spurted out and screams were heard. Immediately, some people were killed and fell on the battle stage. The battle was extremely tragic. However, most of the people who attacked at the beginning were the local geniuses of the demon capital mountain. Many outsiders had yet to attack. After a while, an outsider prodigy finally made his move. Get out of my way. A burly man with a battle saber slashed out, and a shocking saber light flashed across the void. 7 or 8 youths were slashed by the saber light and died immediately. What a powerful cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The burly young man's cultivation had reached the 8th heaven god realm, and he was also a divine son. The burly young man charged onto the battle stage, and no one was his match. More than a dozen people died at his hands. The others' faces changed as they knew that they were too weak. They could only leave the battle stage and fight their way to the other battle stages. Since the burly young man was so powerful, the other geniuses naturally wouldn't compete with him. They all flew to the other battle stages. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more geniuses joined the battle, and the battles on each battle stage were extremely tragic. Boom! On another battle stage, Wu Shue's body was covered in a bloody mist. Those who were touched by the bloody mist screamed and fell on the battle stage without any signs of life. Many people were frightened and ran away from Wu Shue. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of trash. I'll take this battle stage and the Dark Night Rose. Wu Shue laughed. He didn't hide his voice and it spread across the entire area. Many of the local youths of the demon capital mountain looked pale, but there was nothing they could do. Whoosh! Whoosh! On another battle stage, a black-robed young man with a long spear in his hand was also extremely powerful. He was invincible and occupied a battle stage to himself. Gradually, some terrifying people appeared on each battle stage. What terrifying strength! Most of these geniuses aren't from the Chu Tian star field. That's right. Most of them are from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. What's going on? Why are there so many powerful geniuses from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? A few elders from the Demon Capital Mountain were discussing in the crowd, and they were surprised. They thought that this time, it would attract some geniuses from the Chu Tian star field. They didn't expect that even the geniuses from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion would come. Chapter 2957. Perhaps Mrs. Reputation has spread to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and attracted so many geniuses. The old men discussed and felt that it was highly possible. Dark Knight Rose was extremely beautiful and had shown great talent over the years. Her cultivation had skyrocketed and her reputation had spread far and wide. Lu Ming listened from the side and was not in a hurry to make a move. Rose, you should make a move too, the Dark Knight Demon King said to Dark Knight Rose. All right. Dark Knight Rose nodded and took a step forward towards one of the fighting stages. Miss Rose, you want to make a move too? I won't go easy on you. Miss Rose, you should go down by yourself. I can't bear to attack a beauty like you, a few young men teased. However, they could not laugh in the next moment as they were left on the fighting stages forever. Dark Knight Rose had made a move. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed them out continuously. Terrifying finger forces killed those young men who were teasing her. The others gasped and retreated. Dark Knight Rose's terrifying strength shocked many people. Wu Shui, as well as the bulky youth holding a warblade, and the others all revealed surprised expressions. They didn't expect the Dark Knight Rose's strength to be so shocking. It's about time to make a move. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards one of the fighting stages. There were no powerful experts on this fighting stage. Dong. Lu Ming landed on the fighting stage, and someone immediately stared at him. A level 3 heavenly god dares to come up here? Die. A skinny young man shouted and slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand silently. Void piercing. With a thought, a spear radiance shot out. Puff. The skinny young man's forehead was pierced and he died on the spot. However, the death of one person did not cause fear in the others. Instead, a few young men charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming shook his long spear, and immediately, several spear lights burst forth. Then, these youths would forever remain on the fighting stage. As a result, it alerted the other youths who were fighting on the battle stage. This brat is difficult to deal with. Let's kill him together. All right, let's kill him together. In an instant, the other youths on the fighting ring, at least a dozen of them, charged towards Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. His divine power surged wildly as he brandished his spear. The spear light was as huge as a mountain range, sweeping out in all directions. As the spear light swept through, cries of agony filled the air. In an instant, more than a dozen youths were killed. On the fighting ring, the other cultivators' expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of fear. They hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Get out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura surging. However, while some of the youths rushed down the battle stage, some of them stood at the edge of the battle stage, unwilling to give up. At this moment, many battle platforms were occupied by terrifying geniuses. If they went down, the other battle platforms wouldn't be theirs. If you don't scram, die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward, causing the battle platform to rumble. Lu Ming rushed out, his spear trembling as the spear light pierced through the air. A few more cries of agony sounded as several youths were killed. Seeing this scene, the remaining youths didn't dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly rushed down the battle platform. In an instant, only Lu Ming was left on the battle platform. At this moment, more than half of the 32 battle platforms had finished their battles. On each battle platform, there was a powerful genius. Brat, you have some strength. Haha, that's good. At this moment, Wu Shui looked at Lu Ming and laughed. His gaze was ferocious. Now that Lu Ming had advanced, he would have a chance to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He couldn't be bothered with Wu Shui and directly ignored him. Being ignored by Lu Ming, Wu Shui's face turned gloomy. Killing intent filled the air. Battles were still going on the other battle platforms, but not long after, the outcome was decided. The 32 battle platforms were all occupied by people. There are so many foreign geniuses. Demon Capital Mountain only occupied 2 of the 32 seats. That's right. At least half of them aren't from Chu Tian Starfield. I've never heard of them before. They must be from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Many people in Demon Capital Mountain were discussing. The Dark Knight Demon King was also deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Alright, now that the top 32 have been decided, we will now proceed to the one-on-one battles. We will draw lots to decide the battles. The Dark Knight Demon King's voice sounded. Then he waved his hand and the 32 battle platforms in the air flew up to the sides. Then another battle platform flew out of the Dark Knight Demon King's sleeve. This battle platform was bigger than all the previous ones. It floated in the air and became the main battle platform for the upcoming battles. Then it was time to draw lots. Each of the fighting platforms that Lu Ming and the rest occupied had a serial number. They were numbered from 1 to 32. For example, Lu Ming's battle platform was numbered 16. The Dark Knight Demon King drew lots, and the two numbers he drew would be the ones to fight. Number 16, number 28. The Dark Knight Demon King announced after drawing lots. I'll be the first one. Lu Ming smiled and flew to the main battle platform. However, he was stunned when he flew to the main battle platform. His opponent was the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Humph, I admit defeat. The woman could only admit that she was unlucky when she saw Lu Ming. She had already fought with Lu Ming and knew that she was no match for Lu Ming. She might as well admit defeat. She admitted defeat. Some people were surprised when the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm admitted defeat. After all, the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was a 6th-level celestial god realm divine son. Lu Ming was only a 3rd-level celestial god. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm surrendered without a fight. It seems that this kid can't be underestimated. Maybe he has some terrifying means. The Sky Prides on the other battle platforms thought to themselves. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming a few more times. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm rushed down the battle platform and admitted defeat. The Dark Knight Demon King kept her battle platform. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the 16th fighting ring. Then the competition continued. For example, the burly young man with the saber and the black-robed young man with the long spear were very powerful. They defeated their opponents easily. In addition, Wu Shui and the Dark Knight Rose were also very powerful. They crushed their opponents. Of course, there were also some who were evenly matched. The battle was very intense. There were even some who fought for over 1,000 moves before the outcome was decided. After a few days, the first round ended, and the top 16 were born. Then the second round began. The second round was the same as the first round. It was also decided by drawing lots. Many people were nervous and expectant. As long as they passed the second round, they would be able to enter the top 10. If they entered the top 10, they would get a pound of demonic night spring. This was a great harvest. Number 16 versus number 11. The Dark Knight Demon King announced. Chapter 2958. In the second round, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was a young man in a blood-red robe. He was a peak level 6 celestial god realm god, and possessed divine grade divine power. He was stronger than Jiandao Wuji and Mo Jui from Qintian Starfield. Wild Blood Blade. The young man in a blood-red robe wouldn't admit defeat. However, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Lu Ming when he saw the woman with a snake around her arm admit defeat. He immediately used his killing move. Blade shadows filled the sky and shrouded Lu Ming, trying to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had quadrupled his combat strength. Boom. The fighting stage shook and spear radiance shot into the sky. The blood-red blade shadows in the sky were instantly shattered. The young man in a blood-red robe screamed and flew out of the fighting stage while vomiting blood. He was defeated in one move. What terrifying combat strength! Around them, many people sucked in cold breaths. Especially those from Demon Capital Mountain. They had never seen such a powerful genius before, so they were naturally dumbfounded. Even Wu Shui and the others looked solemn. It was shocking that a level 3 celestial god realm god could display such combat strength. He's really powerful. On one of the fighting stages, Anya Rose licked her red lips. Her eyes were burning with a trace of greed. After Lu Ming won, he moved and returned to the number 16 fighting ring. Then the competition continued. The burly young man with a battle blade was called Pei Lin. He was a level 8 celestial god realm god, and defeated a level 7 celestial god realm god. The young man in a black robe who used a long spear was called Su Mu. He also defeated his opponent and won. Then Wu Shui and Anya rose one after another. Soon, the top 8 were decided. However, there were still 2 spots left for the top 10. They had to choose from the 8 who had just lost. Thus, the 8 people that had been defeated went through another round of competition. In the end, 2 people were chosen, making a total of 10 people. I've said that if you enter the top 10, you'll get a pound of demonic night spring water. Now I'll give you the demonic night spring water. After saying that, the Dark Night Demon King waved his hand and a jade bottle appeared in front of him. The jade bottle was almost transparent, and one could see what was inside. Inside the jade bottle was a black liquid. Many people looked at the jade bottle with burning eyes. Inside was the demonic night spring, which could nurture and strengthen one's soul. It was priceless. Of course, even though it was hot, no one dared to make a move. The Dark Night Demon King waved his hand, and 10 jade bottles flew out, respectively flying towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then he quietly put it away. Alright, the competition will continue. It's still a 2-on-1 battle, Dark Night Demon King announced, and then began to draw lots. Number 1, Number 6. The Night Demon King announced. This time, Lu Ming was no longer the first to appear. Number 1, Pei Lin. Number 6 was a 7th level celestial god expert. The 2 of them fought fiercely, but in the end, Pei Lin's cultivation was higher and he won. Number 16, Number 2. The Night Demon King announced again. It was Lu Ming's turn now. Lu Ming flew to the main fighting ring. With a flicker, a young man in a black robe also jumped onto the fighting ring. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The young man in a black robe was the young man who used a long spear. His name was Su Mu. You and I both use long spears. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me. Su Mu was very confident. He indeed had the right to be confident. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the celestial god realm, but his strength was exceptionally strong. Even geniuses of the same level as him were no match for him. Not to mention that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the celestial god realm. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he could still defeat Lu Ming. It's too early to say that. We'll know after the battle. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Divine Thunderbolt Spear Technique. Su Mu yelled, and a wild aura burst out from his body. Whoosh. A dazzling spear gleam transformed into a bolt of black lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it might not be slower than lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming made his move too. He had quadrupled his strength and used the space-breaking technique. A spear glow stabbed at his opponent like a meteor. Ding. It was like a meteor and a black lightning collided on the fighting ring, resulting in a deafening explosion. Following it, a strong wind swept across the fighting ring. Spear glows burst out in all directions. The whole fighting ring was filled with colorful spear glows. Whoosh. Before the spear glows dissipated, the 2 figures were knocked back at the same time. The difference was that Su Mu only retreated about 100 meters before he stopped. Lu Ming, on the other hand, retreated a few thousand meters. Luckily, the fighting ring was big enough. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been knocked out of the fighting ring. You want to fight with me with such strength? Get out of here. Su Mu bellowed. With a move, his body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Then in the fighting ring, streaks of black lightning charged toward Lu Ming. There were 108 black lightning bolts in total. These lightning bolts were all transformed by Su Mu's spear glow. The spear glow turned into black lightning. How wonderful! Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a way of using a spear. There were all kinds of strange things in this world. It seems that I can only use the ancient god body. Lu Ming thought for a while, and then used the ancient god tactics. With the roar of an ancient god, Lu Ming transformed into the ancient god body. However, he only transformed into an orange-armored ancient god. An orange-armored ancient god was enough to deal with Su Mu. That's the ancient god body. As soon as Lu Ming displayed the ancient god body, he was recognized. This guy has cultivated the ancient god body. Wu Shui narrowed his eyes. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he was still confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. It would only take a little more effort. Space piercing, space piercing. After transforming into the ancient god body, Lu Ming continuously cast the space-piercing move. Beams of spear gleams burst forth and charged toward Su Mu, colliding with the 108 black lightning bolts in the sky. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew in all directions on the fighting ring. However, after transforming into the ancient god body, Lu Ming's battle strength soared and completely surpassed Su Mu. After each collision, a black lightning bolt would collapse and disappear on the fighting ring. There were fewer and fewer black lightning bolts on the fighting ring. 107, 106. The speed of the reduction was amazing. After a while, there was only one black lightning bolt left on the fighting ring. Moon cutting. Lu Ming shouted and struck down with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear radiance cut the black lightning bolt. Boom. The black lightning bolt exploded. Then Su Mu's figure reappeared. His face was pale, and he vomited blood as his body was thrown back. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and chased after Su Mu with his huge body. Chapter 29:59. I admit defeat. Seeing Lu Ming chasing after him, Su Mu yelled and quickly admitted defeat. Even Ta's strongest move had been broken by Lu Ming. He was severely injured and did not dare to continue the battle. If he continued, he would only be tortured. Hearing Su Mu's admission of defeat, Lu Ming did not continue to chase after him. He had no enmity with Su Mu, so it was enough to defeat him. Su Mu landed on the fighting ring and cupped his fists. Thank you. You're only a third-level heaven god. I'm impressed. Then Su Mu's figure flashed and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won the battle. This kid's battle strength is really shocking. Seeing Lu Ming defeat Su Mu, Pei Lin and the others became serious. Then the battles continued. The people who were going to fight next were all people with high cultivation and astonishing strength. Lu Ming could not help but sigh. After leaving the Qin Tian Star Zone and entering the Chu Tian Star Zone, it seemed that all the geniuses he met had divine force. It seemed that divine force had become the standard for geniuses. Sacred divine force was not enough. The intense battle lasted for 3 full days. In the end, Pei Lin, Wu Shui, Dark Knight Rose, a bald young man, and Lu Ming became the top 5. Then it was the battle between the top 5. In this battle, the Dark Knight Demon King announced that Dark Knight Rose would not participate. Lu Ming, Pei Lin, Wu Shui, and the bald young man would compete. The others did not have any objections. To be able to make it this far, their goal was to get first place. Therefore, it did not matter who would not participate. The first battle, Lu Ming and Pei Lin. The Dark Knight Demon King announced. Lu Ming and Pei Lin jumped onto the fighting ring. The two did not say anything and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Pei Lin was very strong, even stronger than Su Mu. He had reached the 8th level heaven god realm. This time, Lu Ming had to transform into a green-armored ancient god to defeat Pei Lin. Damn it, how is this kid so strong? He didn't even use his full strength when fighting Su Mu. Out of everyone present, Wu Shui was the most frustrated. Previously, he had said that he would kill Lu Ming, but now he was becoming less and less confident. Then Wu Shui fought against the bald youth. The battle between the two of them was extremely strange. Wu Shui's body was covered in a bloody mist that enveloped the entire battle stage. The bald young man was unable to display his full strength. He was only able to display about 60 to 70% of his full strength. He was easily defeated by Wu Shui. Kid, it's your turn next. After Wu Shui defeated the bald youth, he looked at Lu Ming provocatively. It also attacks the soul? Lu Ming whispered as a cold smile appeared on his face. Clearly, Wu Shui's attack method was very similar to that of the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. It could also directly attack the soul. Thus, his opponent couldn't display their full strength. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of this kind of attack at all, because he had the quantifying character formula. In this way, the top 3 were determined. Next, the Dark Knight Rose will have a bye. The winner of the battle between Lu Ming and Wu Shui will be able to challenge the Dark Knight Rose. After defeating the Dark Knight Rose, he will be the champion of the Shanghai Grand Battle. If he can date my daughter, he will also receive 10 pounds of demonic night spring. The Dark Knight Demon announced. This made many people envious and jealous. 10 pounds of demonic night spring and a beauty like the dark night rose. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. In particular, some of the young men kept glancing at the sensitive parts of the dark night rose. Some parts of their bodies were already restless. They couldn't help it. The dark night rose was simply too alluring. Kid, come on. Wu Shui rushed onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. As you wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and jumped onto the battle stage casually. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming jumped onto the battle stage, Wu Shui made his move. Wu Shui's entire body turned crimson red. From his pores, blood-red mist kept spewing out. In an instant, the entire battle stage was shrouded in blood-red mist. Lu Ming couldn't avoid it. He was shrouded in the blood-red mist. The blood-red mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his divine power and covered his body with 10 types of divine power to resist the blood-red mist. Sizzle. The blood-red mist was very similar to the mist of the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Lu Ming blocked it with 10 types of divine power, but he couldn't block much of it. Most of the mist rushed into Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the soul in his mind. Leave it to me. The voice of the quantifying character formula sounded. A devouring force erupted and devoured all the mist. As for Lu Ming, he stood there without moving. Junior sister Lian said that this kid is very strange, and that the spirit refining qi doesn't seem to work on him. However, I don't believe that it has no effect at all. It's just that junior sister's cultivation is too low. Continue, continue. Wu Shui roared in his heart as he circulated his divine power. Through a special technique, his divine power was converted into spirit refining qi. The mist on the battle stage became thicker and thicker. In the end, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. At this moment, Lu Ming's body swayed as if he couldn't take it anymore. This kid finally can't take it anymore. Wu Shui was overjoyed. He shook his arms and the 2 large snakes on his arms silently crawled towards Lu Ming. When they got close to Lu Ming, the 2 large snakes suddenly expanded and turned into 2 large pythons. They pounced on Lu Ming and spat out 2 streams of poisonous gas. Before the poisonous gas arrived, a nauseating smell filled the entire area. I've been waiting for this. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sneered. With a thought, 9 ice chains flew out from his body. A bone-piercing chill spread out and layers of ice crystals appeared in the air. The poisonous gas spat out by the 2 large pythons was also frozen. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 9 ice chains wrapped around the 2 giant pythons, and the chill seeped into the bodies of the pythons, freezing them. The 2 large pythons writhed and struggled violently. Oh no! Wu Shui's face changed. He took a step forward and pounced on Lu Ming. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and turned into his ancient god body. However, Lu Ming still held back. He turned into a green-armored ancient god. Buzz. The long spear vibrated and swept out. It hit the 2 large pythons. The 2 large pythons screamed and their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Ah, damn it, I want you to die. Wu Shui roared and waved his hands. The fog in the fighting ring swirled and turned into 2 evil spirits. They slashed at Lu Ming. However, this kind of fog was useless against Lu Ming. He ignored the fog and attacked Wu Shui with his spear. Moon slashing. Lu Ming slashed out with his long spear. Red blood palm. Wu Shui also used his trump card. His body turned even redder and blood seemed to be flowing on the surface of his skin. Chapter 2960. However, although Wu Shui was a level 8 celestial god and had mastered divine power, his main attack was the bloody mist, which was his trump card. On the contrary, his frontal attack power was not very strong. His trump card was useless. Even Su Mu was not as strong as Wu Shui. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear collided with the crimson blood palm. The crimson blood palm only resisted for 2 breaths before it exploded. The spear radiance continued to hit Wu Shui's body. Wu Shui let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying back, smashing heavily onto the battle stage. He slid for over 100 miles on the battle stage, before flying out of the battle stage. Wu Shui was defeated. It was easier for Lu Ming to defeat Wu Shui. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Shui. His next opponent was Dark Knight Rose. As long as he defeated Dark Knight Rose, Lu Ming would be the champion, and even win the beauty's heart. There was a gust of fragrant wind. The Dark Knight Rose landed in front of Lu Ming. Dark Knight Rose was not wearing much. She had exposed everything except the parts that should not be exposed. Her skin was as white as jade and she was neither fat nor thin. She was full of elasticity. On top of that, she had a face that could turn the world upside down, which made her even more alluring. She scanned Lu Ming with her seductive eyes, looking very satisfied. However, for some unknown reason, Lu Ming's body tensed up involuntarily when Dark Knight Rose sized him up. It was as if he was facing a terrifying enemy. What's going on? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His body reacted instinctively. It was a reaction in the face of danger. Dark Knight Rose gave him a terrifying sense of danger. Dark Knight Rose did not show any killing intent. Lu Ming was confused, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me." I admit defeat." Just when everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to break out, Dark Knight Rose's voice rang out. What? Everyone was stunned. Dark Knight Rose admitted defeat before the fight even started. What was going on? Could it be that Dark Knight Rose saw Lu Ming's strength and knew that she was no match for Lu Ming, so she admitted defeat? Someone guessed. I don't think that's right. The strength that Dark Knight Rose displayed before was simply unfathomable. She might be able to fight with Lu Ming, so why would she give up without a fight? I think that she has taken a fancy to that kid, so she might as well give up without a fight. Someone immediately retorted, leaving many people stunned. Don't tell me you've really fallen for me? Sigh, looks like being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Ah, good. Since Rose has admitted defeat, then I will announce that the first place is Lu Ming. Dark Knight Demon King laughed and stood up to announce. I'm so jealous. Countless people cast envious and jealous gazes at Lu Ming. Humph. Wu Shui snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. He stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent constantly flashing. At this time, Dark Knight Demon King took out another jade bottle. This jade bottle was much bigger than the previous one, and it also contained the demonic night spring. Lu Ming, here's 10 caddies of demonic night spring. It's your reward. With a wave of his hand, the demonic night spring flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it, then kept it in his storage ring. Lu Ming, let me ask you a question. Since you've become the first place, are you willing to join Demon Capital Mountain and become the Demon King of Demon Capital Mountain? Dark Knight Demon King asked. I'm willing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. You agree? Dark Knight Demon King was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to agree so readily. Yes, I agree. As Lu Ming said, his eyes involuntarily glanced at Dark Knight Rose, looking reluctant to leave. So that's how it is. Many people nodded. They knew that Lu Ming was charmed by Dark Knight Rose, which was why he agreed without hesitation. Indeed, how many men would be able to resist the temptation of a seductress like Dark Knight Rose who was so alluring? Dark Knight Demon King himself thought so too, and was immediately overjoyed. Then Dark Knight Demon King asked the others who entered the top 10 if they were willing to join Demon Capital Mountain and become the Demon King. However, the reply he received was a shake of the head. Dark Knight Demon King was slightly disappointed, but he also understood that most of these geniuses came from some major forces. The position of Demon King couldn't move their hearts, unless there was someone as alluring as the Dark Knight Rose. Alright, the Battle of Demon Capital is over. Next, I will hold a banquet. Everyone can enjoy to their heart's content, and don't go home until you're drunk. Dark Knight Demon King announced. Next, the battle platform was removed, and a large number of beautiful women flew out and began to set up a banquet in the empty space. After 3 rounds of drinking, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming, you can move into the City Lord's mansion in the future. Dark Knight Rose walked gracefully to Lu Ming's side, and a fragrance rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Okay. Lu Ming naturally agreed. He came here to investigate the collusion between the Dark Ice Clan and the people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan suspected that the demon capital mountain was probably a spy of some great force of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, and that they were there to coordinate with the Dark Ice clan. Therefore, if he wanted to find out the truth, entering the City Lord's mansion was the best choice. In addition, entering the City Lord's mansion was also the best choice to find out where they were locked up in Autumn Moon. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. How could Lu Ming refuse? That night, Lu Ming moved into the City Lord's mansion, which made many people jealous. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss wants to see you. On the evening of the 3rd day, a maid came to invite Lu Ming. The maid was none other than Dark Knight Rose's maid. Finally, she's looking for me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. For the past 2 days, Dark Knight Rose had not come to look for Lu Ming. Now she had finally come. For the past 2 days, Lu Ming did not take the initiative to look for Dark Knight Rose. This was because he always felt a sense of danger from Dark Knight Rose. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was a pity that Guillermo was not around. Otherwise, he would have asked Guillermo for advice. As for the measure character formula and the battle character formula, although they had lived for countless years, they did not know much about them. Okay, let's go. Since Dark Knight Rose had taken the initiative to invite him, Lu Ming had no reason to refuse. He could take the opportunity to find out more information. Following the maid, they walked around in circles until they arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge with flowing water and the fragrance of flowers. It was very elegant. On a small river, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there was a stone table and stone stools. Some wine and dishes were already placed on the table. At this time, the sun had already set. In the pavilion, there were a few candles. The candlelight flickered, and the light was dim. Brother Lu, please. Dark Knight Rose stood up to welcome him. Chapter 2961. Today, Dark Knight Rose had changed her attire, revealing even more of her body. She looked majestic as the veil fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of peerlessly beautiful legs. It was truly filled with boundless temptation. Although Lu Ming had a strong will, his heart wavered at the sight. Many thanks. Lu Ming calmed himself down and walked into the pavilion. As for that maid, she had already left. Only Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose remained in the courtyard. The two of them sat at a stone table. Dark Knight Rose intentionally sat on a stone bench beside Lu Ming. A burst of fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. Dark Knight Rose was wearing a translucent veil that completely revealed her alluring figure. Brother Lu, come have a drink. Dark Knight Rose poured some wine for Lu Ming. Many thanks. Lu Ming raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Brother Lu, what do you think of Rose? Dark Knight Rose suddenly asked. She stared unblinkingly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He hadn't expected Dark Knight Rose to be so direct. Lady Rose is a heavenly beauty. She's a rare beauty. Lu Ming calmed himself down. Is that so? Actually, the main reason we held the battle in Shanghai was to find a husband for Rose. Lu Ming, your talent is unparalleled. You're perfect to be Rose's husband. Dark Knight Rose said in a sweet voice. Her cheeks were blushing. She suddenly turned around and sat in Lu Ming's arms with her voluptuous and stunning body. Lu Ming was stunned. Dark Knight Rose, isn't this too direct? Seduction. This was a naked attempt to seduce Lu Ming. The Dark Knight Rose's body was shockingly bouncy. Sitting in Lu Ming's arms, the temptation was simply fatal. Even with Lu Ming's willpower, his blood began to flow faster, and his heart began to beat faster. A certain part of his body began to twitch. Lu Ming, you seem to be reacting. Dark Knight Rose smiled and stared at Lu Ming. She carefully sized up Lu Ming, and a trace of greed flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, this trace of greed disappeared in a flash. Even Lu Ming did not notice it. However, Lu Ming instinctively felt a deep sense of danger. This sense of crisis caused his mind to tremble. Lu Ming felt that Dark Knight Rose was going to eat him alive. In an instant, Lu Ming calmed down. Lu Ming, don't leave tonight, okay? Dark Knight Rose spoke again. Even a fool would be able to understand what she meant. No normal man would be able to resist such temptation. However, Lu Ming had already calmed down. He could feel that the sense of danger coming from Dark Knight Rose was getting stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that if he couldn't resist this temptation and really did have a relationship with Dark Knight Rose, he would most likely die. Lu Ming's mind spun as he tried to think of a countermeasure. As for Dark Knight Rose, her small hand was already moving up and down Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Dark Knight Rose's hand. He clenched his teeth and pretended to resist the temptation. Miss Rose, Lu Ming has never experienced this kind of thing before. Furthermore, we don't even know each other. It's not good to do this kind of thing. What's not good about it? We can slowly get to know each other in the future. Dark Knight Rose smiled. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. No, there's poison in this fragrance. Lu Ming's heart shook. He finally sensed that there was poison in this fragrance. This kind of poison could ignite a person's desire. No wonder even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, he couldn't remain calm. This Dark Knight Rose really doesn't have good intentions. Could it be that she cultivates some kind of evil technique that uses yang to replenish yin? Lu Ming's mind spun. He guessed that Dark Knight Rose had cultivated some kind of evil technique and had taken a fancy to his talent. She wanted to use this kind of evil technique on him. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Liang Jin art. Immediately, the Liang Jin art released a suction force that absorbed the poison. Lu Ming immediately calmed down. Lu Ming circulated his divine energy and pushed Dark Knight Rose away. He moved to a nearby stone bench and said, Miss Rose, I'm a rather traditional person. Before I understand everything, I won't easily have a relationship with a woman. Please forgive me. As Lu Ming spoke, he put on the look of a gentleman. This fellow. Dark Knight Rose clenched her teeth. She didn't expect Long Chen to still have such a stubborn way of thinking. Forcing out a faint smile, she said, Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Just now Rose was just testing you. Brother Lu really is a gentleman. Rose admires you. Come, let's continue drinking. Tea. Lu Ming disdained her in his heart. Testing? If Lu Ming hadn't resisted the temptation just now, he would have been soaked. Come, let's drink. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't show it on his face. He raised his cup and drank with Dark Knight Rose. After that, they began to chat. Right, Miss Rose, I heard that there's a group of devil slaves in Demon Capital. I wonder where they're locked up. Lu Ming asked calmly as he sipped his wine. The devil slaves are locked up in the Beast Battle Arena. Dark Knight Rose seemed a bit absent-minded after being rejected by Lu Ming. She didn't think too much about it. Beast Battle Arena. Lu Ming's heart was filled with a cold murderous intent, but he didn't show it on his face. Lu Ming controlled his temper and drank a few more cups before finding an excuse to leave. Then Rose won't see you off. Dark Knight Rose smiled. You don't have to, Lu Ming said and then left the place. After watching Lu Ming leave, Dark Knight Rose revealed a ferocious expression. Her eyes were filled with greed. A third-level celestial god has such terrifying combat strength. It's rare. Moreover, I can feel an extremely strong vitality. I must get it. I must get it. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape from me. Dark Knight Rose let out a sharp laugh. Lu Ming left Dark Knight Rose's residence. He didn't return to his room, but left the city lord's mansion. He asked around for the location of the Beast Battle Arena, and headed there. He was burning with anxiety. He didn't know how Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were doing after so many days. If anything happened to them, Lu Ming would raise the Demon Capital Mountain to the ground. The Beast Battle Arena was huge. It was a huge building not far from the city lord's mansion. When Lu Ming approached the Beast Battle Arena, he heard loud cheers coming from the Beast Battle Arena. Lu Ming went straight to the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena. Someone was guarding the entrance of the Colosseum, stopping Lu Ming. Entrance fee 1,000 mid-grade god crystals. A bulky man said coldly. Lu Ming gave him 1,000 mid-grade god crystals, and entered the Beast Battle Arena. The cheers became even louder as he entered the Beast Battle Arena. Chapter 2962. The Beast Battle Arena was circular with a huge battle stage in the middle. There were seats all around the battle stage. At this moment, 90% of the seats were filled with people of all shapes and sizes. Roar. At this moment, there was a great battle happening in the middle of the battle stage. A snakeman expert was in an intense battle with a desolate beast. The snakeman expert was a first-level celestial god, and that desolate beast was also a first-level celestial god. Both of them were of similar cultivation realms. When they fought together, it was extremely tragic. However, that desolate beast was clearly more ferocious. It was not afraid of death as it constantly roared and pounced towards that snakeman expert. The snakeman expert was gradually losing and was forced to retreat. Roar. Finally, the desolate beast went berserk. At the risk of being injured, it tore the snakeman expert into pieces. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Great! Good kill. Exciting. At the scene, there was a tsunami of cheers. Countless people roared in excitement. Men, clean it up. Immediately, someone came to the battle stage and cleaned up the snakeman corpse, wiping away the bloodstains. And that injured desolate beast was also brought away. Following that, another battle erupted. The opponent of the intense battle was a human burly man. On the other side, it was still a desolate beast. Place your bets, place your bets. Both of them are peak 9th level true god. Who do you bet on to win? Above the battle stage, there was an elder standing in the air. His voice reverberated throughout the entire place. I feel that the desolate beast is stronger. I bet 10,000 middle-grade divine crystals that the desolate beast will win. No, I feel that the human warrior's blood is surging and filled with a baleful aura. I feel that he will be stronger. I bet 20,000 divine crystals that the human warrior will win. Many people began to place their bets. However, their bets were very simple. Many people had something like an array plate in their hands. They entered the amount of bets and who they wanted to bet on. When they left this place, they would settle the accounts. The Beast Battle Arena was organized by the Eventide Demon King. No one dared to renege on their debts here. After the bets were placed, the battle began. The human burly man and the desolate beast engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were peak 9th level true god realm cultivators. But the moment they made their moves, the human burly man gained the upper hand. The human burly man's attacks were decisive. One look, and one could tell that he was someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. His attack power was very strong. From the very beginning, he had been suppressing the desolate beast. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. Those who bet on the human were overjoyed, while those who bet on the desolate beast were sighing. Kill. After exchanging dozens of blows with the desolate beast, the burly human roared and slashed out with his saber, chopping off the desolate beast's head. The brawny human won. Someone clean this up. In the air above the battle platform, the old man ordered again. Wait. At this moment, a silver-robed young man stood up from his seat and stepped into the air. It's Wanxing. That human is finished. That's right. Wanxing probably made a mistake again, betting on the desolate beast to win. Every time he makes a mistake, he will feel extremely unhappy. Once he is unhappy, he will kill. She'll lower your voice. He's the son of the demon lord. Many people whispered when they saw this young man. They seemed to be very afraid of him. Demon Lord was a title used in Demon City. Under the Dark Knight Demon Lord, there were 9 demon lords. Each demon lord had a very high cultivation, surpassing the 9th level heavenly god realm. They were half-step divine kings. In the heavenly god realm, one had to condense a star core to break through to the divine king realm. Only by successfully condensing a star core could one be considered a true divine king. However, a star core could not be condensed just because one wanted to. In the process of condensing a star core, there was a transitional process. During this process, the star core would not be completely condensed, but it was also the process of transforming the divine fire into a star core. This process was the transition from a heavenly god to a divine king, or a half-step divine king. A half-step divine king's strength was not as strong as a true divine king, but it was still much stronger than an ordinary 9th level heavenly god. The 9 demon lords under the Dark Knight Demon Lord were such existences. Wanxing was the only son of one of the demon lords. In Demon City, he was naturally a character who could do whatever he wanted. Young Master Wan. The old man in the air bowed to Wan Xing. You caused me to lose money. You deserve to die. Kill. Wan Xing shouted coldly and charged towards the brawny human. The brawny human was shocked. He roared angrily and used all his strength to block. However, Wan Xing was a first-level heavenly god. Although the brawny human was strong, he was still a lot weaker than Wan Xing Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. The brawny human was killed by Wan Xing's sword. After killing the brawny human, Wan Xing snorted and returned to his seat. The old man in the air did not even dare to fart. One had to know that Wan Xing's father, the all-evil demon lord, was overseeing the beast battle arena. Whoever dared to say a word about Wan Xing was courting death. Moreover, it was just a demon slave. There was no need to offend Wan Xing. Someone immediately tidied up the battle stage. Alright, the next demon slave is a new one. Moreover, he's very young. I heard that his strength is not bad. Everyone, make sure to place your bets. The old man in the air spoke again. Then he waved his hand, and the door beside the battle stage opened. Roar. From one of the doors came the roar of a wild beast. A huge creature walked out. This was a giant bull with a cultivation of 8th level true god. From another door, a young man stepped out. Wu Zifeng. Seeing this figure, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. This figure was shockingly Wu Zifeng. Not seeing him for a period of time, Wu Zifeng looked much more haggard. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit of torture during this period of time. Damn it, this is the demon slave? Lu Ming's killing intent was strong to the extreme. At the thought of fighting with a desolate beast under such an environment for others to watch, Lu Ming wished that he could flatten Fiend Capital Mountain. Starting the bets. This young man has 7th level true god cultivation. Desolate beast, 8th level true god. In the air, the old man shouted. 7th level true god against 8th level true god? Could this young man be a proud son of heaven? Many people discussed and began to discuss how to place their bets. Humph, really stupid. Look at his appearance. He's just a pretty boy. What kind of proud son of heaven is he? I bet on the desolate beast winning. Wan Xing snorted and bet on the desolate beast winning. Although Wu Zifeng looked a lot more haggard, it could not hide his handsomeness. As for Wan Xing, he looked ordinary. Looking at Wu Zifeng, he was extremely jealous. This kid is doomed. Many people thought in their hearts and secretly shook their heads. Wan Xing bet on the desolate beast winning. If the desolate beast really won, then Wu Zifeng would definitely die under the hands of the demonic beast. If Wu Zifeng won and caused Wan Xing to lose money, looking at Wan Xing's appearance, he probably would not let Wu Zifeng off. No matter what, Wu Zifeng had to die. Soon, the bets were over and the battle began. Moo. That giant bull roared and charged towards Wu Zifeng. Its huge body caused the battle stage to rumble. Chapter 2963. Many people watched anxiously. They wanted to see how Wu Zifeng would deal with an 8th level true god desolate beast with his 7th level true god cultivation. Just as the giant bull was about to reach Wu Zifeng moved. His figure flashed and dodged the giant bull's attack. Then, a sword light slashed out from his hand towards the giant bull. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Puchi. Long wounds appeared on the giant bull's body. They went straight to the bones and blood flowed out. Roar. The giant bull let out a miserable cry, but its bestial nature was stimulated. It twisted its body and charged towards Wu Zifeng again. The 2 bull horns glowed and shot out 2 beams of light that were as sharp as divine blades. However, there was another sword light in Wu Zifeng's palm that collided with the giant bull's attack. Pung. Pung. The giant bull's attack was sent flying by Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng took a step forward and slashed out again. This sword was aimed at the giant bull's neck. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The giant bull's head was chopped off by Wu Zifeng's sword. Wu Zifeng only used 2 moves to kill the giant bull that was 1 level higher than him. This result was within Lu Ming's expectations. In fact, with Wu Zifeng's strength, if he went all out, he would probably be able to kill the giant bull in 1 move. So powerful. Haha, I won. There was a hubbub at the scene. Many people who bet on Wu Zifeng's victory were overjoyed. As for those who bet on the desolate beast's victory, their faces were ugly. The ugliest was Wan Xing. Today he had failed to place his bets and was in a bad mood. Courting death. Wan Xing roared angrily. His body shot out from his seat and charged towards the battle stage. Young Master Wan, wait a minute. The old man in the air hurriedly called out. Spit it out. Wan Xing shouted impatiently. Young Master Wan, this person's talent is exceptional. You can't kill him. Keeping him alive might be useful. The old man advised. With Wu Zifeng's strength, if he was properly nurtured, he might become a sharp blade for the Devil Capital Mountain. What do you mean I can't kill him? Let me tell you, there is no one here that I can't kill. What does a little talent count for? Scram. If you don't scram, I will kill you as well. Wan Xing shouted coldly, his killing intent cold. The old man's expression turned ugly as he stepped back helplessly. Brat, I'll send you on your way. Wan Xing stared coldly at Wu Zifeng. How dare you touch me? If I don't die, I'll definitely destroy the Devil Capital Mountain. Wu Zifeng said. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. He, the dignified young master of the Wu family, had actually fallen into such a situation. He also felt stifled in his heart. You want to destroy my Devil Capital Mountain? I'll destroy you right now. Wan Xing shouted. He was just about to charge towards Wu Zifeng when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. That figure was naturally Lu Ming. He originally wanted to wait until he saw Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong before making his move. However, he had no choice but to do so now. Brat, who are you? Scram. Wan Xing was enraged when he saw someone daring to block his path. Scram. Lu Ming said coldly. What? Wan Xing was stunned before he became enraged. In this beast battle arena, there was actually someone who dared to ask him to scram. He was simply courting death. Little bastard, I'll destroy you. Wan Xing roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming with his palm. However, Lu Ming waved his hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the entire arena. Wan Xing couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. His attack was easily defeated by Lu Ming and a slap landed on his face. Wan Xing spun 81 rounds in the air. His face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. It took him quite a while to react. Arg bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Men, cripple this brat for me. Wan Xing screamed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, figures flew out from all directions of the beast battle arena. Among these figures, there were both men and women. All of them were wearing iron armor, and they surrounded Lu Ming. Brat, how dare you hit young Master Wan? I think you're tired of living. Kneel down and surrender. A burly man strode forward and slapped Lu Ming with his palm. This person was a level 4 heavenly god. He thought it was easy to take down Lu Ming. Brother Wu, where are Autumn Moon and Miss Yu? Where are they? Are they all right? Meanwhile, Lu Ming was communicating with Wu Zifeng. They're fine. They're being held captive in the beast battle arena. We'll be able to save them once we break the beast battle arena. Wu Zifeng immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Very well. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold murderous intent. You asked for it. Die. Lu Ming snapped and threw a punch forward. A 9-clawed dragon appeared and charged at the burly man. That burly 4th layer celestial god didn't even have the chance to scream before his body exploded and his soul dispersed into thin air. The others were startled. How dare you kill the Demon City Guard? How bold of you! Let's attack together. At least a few dozen Demon City Guards roared at the same time. God force of various colors surged and attacked Lu Ming. The Demon City Guards were the guards of the Demon City. They were a lot stronger than the demon generals of the Demon City. The weakest among the Demon City Guards was a 3rd layer heavenly god. Dozens of Demon City Guards above the 3rd layer heavenly god realm attacked together. Today, I'll destroy the beast battle arena. Lu Ming roared and performed the divine dragon image art. 6 9-clawed dragons roared and pounced forward. Each of them was 10,000 meters long and charged at everyone. Although the Demon City Guards were strong, they were too weak compared to Lu Ming. The 9-clawed dragon image art pounced forward and destroyed all the attacks aimed at it. The 9-clawed dragon did not stop and continued to attack with its sharp claws. Ah! Ah! Screams were heard continuously. Every second, A demon city guard was torn apart by the nine-clawed dragon and died on the spot. At this moment, the spectators around the beast battle arena were stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble here and kill so many demon city guards. This was a big deal. The entire demon city would be in an uproar. As for Wan Xing, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Every demon city guard here was stronger than him, but they were killed one after another. Young Master Wan, retreat. The old man who was in charge of the beast battle arena took Wan Xing and quickly retreated to the spectator stand. How dare you cause trouble here? You're courting death. Demon city guards, move out and kill the intruder. The entire Colosseum was alarmed. The doors on the four sides of the Colosseum opened, and figures flew out one after another. Powerful auras soared into the air. Demon city guards. All of them were demon city guards. There were more than 500 of them. Among them, some of them had strong auras that surpassed the 7th layer heavenly god realm. The demon city guards guarding the beast battle arena had arrived. This was a terrifying force that no one in the demon city mountain could defeat. Chapter 2964. Very well. How dare you kill a demon city guard in the beast arena? No one can save you today. A cold voice resounded in the air above the beast arena. Then, a silver light flashed and a middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in the air. Father! Wan Xing was elated when he saw the middle-aged man in a silver robe. This middle-aged man was one of the 9 demon lords of Demon City. Wan Xing's father, Wan Yi. Father, quick, kill this brat. No, I want this brat to suffer a fate worse than death. Wan Xing roared. Don't worry. He won't die so easily in my hands. Destroy his cultivation first. Wan Yi said coldly. Demon Lord, leave this brat to me. A tall and sturdy man in iron armor asked for the order. Go. Wan Yi nodded. This burly man in armor was a level 9 heavenly god. It was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming, who was only a level 3 heavenly god. Boom. The burly man in armor took a step forward, and a violent aura burst out from his body. Brat, I'll break your right arm first. A sharp spear appeared in the burly man's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man in armor charged towards Lu Ming and slashed his spear at Lu Ming's right arm. Although he was burly, his speed was shockingly fast. Level 9 heavenly god? Lu Ming muttered and activated the battle formula, quadrupling his combat strength. Lu Ming's combat ability increased by 4 times. His combat ability soared and he kept throwing punches. Roar! The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky as the 6 nine-clawed dragon charged towards the burly man in armor. Break! The burly man in armor shouted coldly. His spear vibrated as he attacked the 6 nine-clawed dragon in an instant. Boom! Boom! The spear struck the 9-clawed dragon's claw and a bright light burst out. However, the result was not what the burly man in armor had expected. He thought that he could defeat the 9-clawed dragon in an instant, but the reality was that his body was numb, and he almost retreated. How can this be? How can this power be so strong? The armored man was shocked. Roar! At this moment, another dragon's roar sounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had pushed the Divine Dragon Aspect spell to the limit, and the Divine Dragon Aspect spell broke through again, allowing him to condense 7 Divine Dragon Aspects in one go. The 7th Divine Dragon Dharma Idol then pounced on the armored man. The armored man couldn't withstand it and was knocked back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming unleashed the ice chains. The 9th and most powerful ice chains flew out and wrapped around the burly man in the armor. A layer of ice armor appeared on the burly man in the armor with a shocking chill. Whoosh! Lu Ming charged forward, his palm like a saber. With a single slash, the armored man's right hand was severed. The armored man wanted to chop off Lu Ming's right hand, but after exchanging a few blows, his own hand was chopped off by Lu Ming. The others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lu Ming was only a 3rd-layer heavenly god, but he defeated a 9th-layer heavenly god in just a few blows. This was unbelievable. Wan Xing's face turned pale with fright. As for Wan Yi, his eyes were filled with shock. Demon Lord, save me. At this moment, the armored man was terrified and cried for help. If you want to cripple me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly, forming a battle sword with divine power in his hand. "Brat, how dare you?" Wani shouted. "Ridiculous." Lu Ming sneered and slashed down with his battle sword, killing the armored man. A ninth-layer heavenly god was considered a top expert in the demon capital mountain, but he was killed just like that. "You're courting death." Wani was enraged, and a violent aura rushed out of his body. Boom. Wani's body emitted a bright silver light, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. Wani's aura was much stronger than the armored man's. This was the aura of a half-step godly emperor, with strong divine power. "Brat, I'm going to crush you." "Silver claw." Wani shouted furiously, and his body turned silver. His claws were like metal, and he grabbed at Lu Ming. The force was whistling. Before it arrived, the force was so oppressive that Lu Ming found it hard to breathe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A half-step godly emperor was indeed much stronger than a ninth-layer heavenly god. Ancient God Technique. Without hesitation, Lu Ming executed the Ancient God Technique at full force, and turned into a blue-armored ancient god. Sky-piercing. After turning into a blue-armored ancient god, Lu Ming thrust out his spear. Boom. The bright spear light clashed with Wani's silver claw, and a terrifying explosion took place. At the same time, countless tiny spear lights and force flew in all directions. "Shit, run. Run." Countless people in the spectator stands were shocked, and they fled in all directions. However, when the force landed, many people screamed and were killed by the force. Boom. Boom. The spectator stands of the bestial battle arena were constantly rumbling, and huge pits were formed. Cracks appeared on the ground. Through the pits and cracks, one could see a huge underground space beneath the bestial battle arena. The space below had been completely excavated, and it formed a huge secret chamber, where countless desolate beasts and demonic slaves were imprisoned. Countless spectators fled in all directions, and many of them flew to the sky. It was a mess. In the sky, Lu Ming and Wani were still in a stalemate. Boom. Boom. The two of them continued to exchange a few blows. In the end, Lu Ming gained the upper hand, and he destroyed Wani's silver claw. Wani's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. Lu Ming did not pursue him. He twisted his body and rushed underground. Boom. Lu Ming swept out with his spear, striking the ground. The ground exploded with a terrifying boom, and it constantly collapsed. The vast underground space was completely exposed. Some of the secret chambers collapsed, and some desolate beasts rushed out. Roar. Roar. Many of the desolate beasts had huge bodies. They roared at the sky, and rushed out of the shackles, and rushed into the sky. "Set up the array." Wani roared. More than 500 demon capital guards set up a large array in the sky. The large array was activated, and countless divine lights shot towards the desolate beasts. Many of the desolate beasts were penetrated by the divine lights, and died on the spot. "Brother Wu, where are Autumn Moon and the rest? Bring me there." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Wu Zifeng. "Follow me." Wu Zifeng shouted, and rushed towards a crack in the ground. Lu Ming followed closely behind, and they flew into the underground space. Originally, the underground space of the bestial battle arena was guarded by many demon capital guards, but now that the demon capital guards had left, there was no obstruction in the underground space. The underground space was huge, and it was divided into 7 levels. According to Wu Zifeng, they were imprisoned on the 5th level. The two of them headed straight for the 5th level, but wherever Lu Ming passed he would attack. He would blast open the secret chambers, and release the desolate beasts and demonic slaves inside. Chapter 2965. Ha ha ha, I'm free. I'm going to kill my way out and kill those sons of B** cheese in Moda City. Many demonic slaves roared, their eyes ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Some of the demonic slaves here were those who had committed crimes in Moda Mountain, and were sent here to become demonic slaves. However, there were even more devil slaves that the Devil Capital Mountain had secretly captured from the outside. Naturally, these devil slaves hated the Devil Capital Mountain to the bone. Roar. Many desolate beasts roared angrily. Their huge bodies slammed everywhere as they charged outside. There were also many demonic slaves who rushed to other secret chambers to release more demonic slaves and wild beasts. Later on, Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. The secret chambers in the underground space were constantly being opened as demonic slaves and wild beasts charged out. However, all evil demon lord and the 500 demon capital guards were too strong. They formed a large formation and shot out beams of divine light, killing a large number of demonic slaves and wild beasts. However, there were too many demonic slaves and wild beasts, some of which were even stronger. All evil and the rest began to feel pressured. Quick, send the signal for help. All evil roared. Immediately someone sent the signal. Beams of light shot up into the sky and could be seen by the entire Moda city. Something happened in the bestial battle arena. It's the signal for help. Get ready to move out. Instantly, the Moda city was alarmed. The demon capital guards were all ready to move out. Demon capital guards, gather. 2 figures walked out from the city lord mansion. One was a middle-aged man while the other was an old man. Both of them exuded a terrifying aura. These 2 were half-step divine kings, the other 2 of the 9 demon lords in Moda city. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of light flew from all directions in Moda city and landed in front of the 2 men. They were all demon capital guards in iron armor. Soon around 2,000 demon capital guards had gathered. All of you, follow us to the bestial battle arena and kill all the enemies. One of the demon lords said in a loud voice. Kill. All the demon capital guards roared. Then, the 2 demon lords led around 2,000 demon capital guards and charged towards the bestial battle arena. It seems like someone can't wait any longer. Not far away, a young figure appeared in a flash. This figure was none other than Su Mu. Haha, that's great. We've lured away quite a number of demon capital guards. Now we can begin. In another direction, another figure appeared. It was Pei Lin. Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the battle to start over there, in case these demon capital guards return. On the other side, 2 silhouettes appeared. They were Wu Shui and the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. The one who had just spoken was Wu Shui. That's right, let's wait. This time, I must get a demon lord token. Pei Lin muttered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. In the nearby buildings, silhouettes flickered. Other than Wu Shui, Pei Lin and the others, there were also some other geniuses. These people all seemed to have the same goal as they quietly waited. In the beast arena, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng smoothly arrived at the 5th floor. In a secret room, he saw Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. Both of them looked much more haggard than before. The devil capital mountain shall be destroyed. Looking at Qiu Autumn Moon's haggard face, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Young master. Lu Ming. Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Qiu Autumn Moon, are you alright? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine. Don't worry, young master. Qiu Autumn Moon shook her head and smiled. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong were fine, he was relieved. Let's go. Let's charge out, Lu Ming said. Then he rushed out with Qiu Autumn Moon and the others. Outside it was a complete mess. Demon slaves and desolate beasts charged, while Wan Xie and the demon capital guard set up a large formation to kill the demons and desolate beasts. The huge beast arena was filled with blood qi. It was like hell on earth. That kid, it's that kid. He wants to save people and leave. Wan Xing was hiding behind Wan Xie. He looked around and noticed Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon the moment they came out. However, Lu Ming was in his ancient god body state. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Don't let that kid escape. Kill him. Wan Xie roared and commanded the demon capital guards. Suddenly, terrifying divine light blasted towards Lu Ming. Hide behind me. Lu Ming shouted and protected Qiu Autumn Moon and the others behind him. He waved his spear and swept it towards the divine light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out as beams of divine light were sent flying by him. Let's go. Lu Ming controlled his divine power. A wave of divine power enveloped Qiu Autumn Moon and the others and brought them in another direction. He planned to leave this place first before settling the score with the demon capital mountain. You want to leave? Stop him. Don't bother about those demonic slaves. This kid is the culprit. He must be killed. Wan Xie roared. Then, The array formed by Wan Xie and the demon capital guards changed direction and blasted most of the divine light towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's escape route was blocked. Go, go! As a result, many demonic slaves and desolate beasts were no longer obstructed. They rushed out of the encirclement and flew towards the beast arena. You want to leave? All of you stay. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the sky, a blood-red saber light suddenly appeared. As the saber light slashed down, at least dozens of demonic slaves were killed. Hee hee. A sharp sneer sounded. In the sky, pairs of ghostly claws suddenly appeared. With a swipe, dozens of demonic slaves were killed. Then two figures appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, it's the Demon Lord! Damn it! Many demonic slaves screamed in horror. The other two demon lords of the demon capital mountain had arrived. At the same time, behind them, streams of light rapidly flew over. The other demon capital guards were rushing over. Charge out together. Otherwise, when the demon capital guards arrive, we will all die. A demonic slave roared. Kill together. Charge. Many demonic slaves and desolate beasts rushed towards the sky together. Courting death. The two demon lords shouted at the same time and attacked together. The blood-red saber light and the pitch-black ghostly claws appeared in the void again. The cultivation of the demon lords was too strong. They could completely crush these desolate beasts and demonic slaves. Screams were heard as a large number of demonic slaves and desolate beasts' corpses fell to the ground. After a while, the demon capital guards arrived. The battle was one-sided and turned into a massacre. On the other side, Lu Ming's escape route was also blocked. Get lost! Lu Ming roared. His spear turned into a few hundred meters long and constantly swept out. Beams of divine light were sent flying. However, Wan Xie and the 500 demon capital guards formed a large array. With their strength gathered, their strength was truly astonishing. Lu Ming constantly attacked, but he was still firmly held back.